Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this first budget workshop of this year, Thursday, March 6, 2025. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Anthony Shostak.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So hopefully everyone remembers what's going on tonight, which is a little new, unorthodox. But hopefully proves to work well. So first budget workshop of the year. We've got a bunch of hefty warrant articles tonight. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't just dive right in. So everyone should have their budget books, and we will get started with warrant article number 1.
So what I was thinking,
Yes.
since we haven't had an overview of the budget, other than what I've emailed out, that we should probably do that since we skipped that from the last meeting.
I think that's a great idea, Carrie.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. How is this angle for you guys?
Great.
Okay, everybody's all right? Okay. All right, so I'm going to try and give you a summary of where we are. Some I provided with you 2 meetings ago, sort of like the overview of the EDC 279. I'm not going to go through that again. Nothing's changed about it. But I do want to give you some high-level sort of budget things that are happening. Even though I know I sent some of this to you last week when we didn't have our meeting, I think it's important to say it out loud, record it so people can reference it, but also give you an opportunity to ask questions of what I sent out to you so that you feel like you are informed. Okay, so I just want to take us back to the strategic plan. I sort of reminded you of that plan when we met, whenever that last meeting was, the 20. When was the last time we met?
February 13th.
February 13th, my gosh. So this budget really focuses on a couple of areas. Curriculum and instruction, right? Because we are continuing our implementation of new reading materials and will be looking to implement new math instructional materials. And those two are directly related to how our kids are doing and making sure that we are responding to, in some cases, not as much bounce back from the difficulties around COVID, but also recognizing that we didn't have real consistency across the district amongst the schools by grade level. So we're going to continue to work on that. In terms of climate and support, we are continuing our work on improving our response to students who are struggling, whether it's behavior or academics. We're just having this conversation in finance. The way that we can reduce the number of students who are qualifying for IEP is to intervene as early as possible to help resolve some of those issues so that we don't end up with more students qualifying. Sort of continuing to invest in our staff. We continue to maintain instructional coaches for that. Improving support for special ed teachers to be able to retain staff, and providing professional development for instructional materials. You've been getting updates all year around the amount of time and energy it's taken to get reading up and running. We expect the same amount of time and energy for math. And then significant investments in facilities. Again, to try and move forward on the list of things that we have talked about. Okay, so budget context. This is a chart I show you every year. I do want to say I checked last year and the year before. Last year we were 4th from the bottom. The year before that we were 3rd. No, last year we were 3rd. The year before that we were 4th. This year we're 2nd. This information comes straight from the Department of Education website, their ESEA dashboard, and it reflects last year's numbers, so they won't have, the year we're in. And I don't think that means that we're not investing in our kids, because we know that we're investing in our kids. I share this information to put it in the context compared to all the districts around us. What does it look like? How is our investment? Do we feel as if we're using taxpayer dollars responsibly? And there's all kinds of circumstances about why some districts are higher than the others. I always put Greeley in there because I always just think it's really amusing, the amount of money that they spend and how little they get from the state. But the state average is $20,000, and this year, the FY24 year, our per pupil expenditure was $17,228. So, in spite of how it feels in terms of that increase, we're not out of sync with our neighboring districts and are managing to keep that number low. Enrollment, again, we sort of had that dip in COVID, but we've come back and held steady. We're up 13 kids this year, so that's, you know, it's a small number, but other districts are bleeding kids. So the fact that we're holding steady is really, really good for us. And then providing you with data around our teachers, the percent of our teachers who have less than 3 years of experience. This is also a state number. You can see that we were, I go back to 17, 18. So prior to that, and sort of right in the middle of COVID, before we had lots of turnover, we were below the state average in terms of the number of teachers who were in their early years of their career. We now are meeting that state average, and you can see that the whole state, like us, is up a decent number. And for staff our size, like it's not insignificant to have even if it's 2 or 3 teachers in a school like Leeds. 2 or 3 teachers who are brand new make up, is a significant portion of the school district. It doesn't mean they're not awesome teachers too, because we were just having some conversations about that. So it doesn't equate to not as good, but it does equate to amount of support that they need to make sure that they're making the progress and they feel supported so they stay. Okay, maintenance of effort. These are just sort of the highlights. And then, Gabby, at any point, if you feel you need to clarify, because I've just mushed some numbers together that you'd prefer to have more specific, you let me know. So, health insurance and salary, 1.3 million. I want to clarify that includes our staff who are budgeted in grants. So, correct?
And adult education and
right.
Food service, so
Thank
all
you.
of the funds, not just...
So not all of that 1.3 hits this budget. So I just want to be clear, but that's the real number, right, across the district. But food service, they get no money from the general budget. Adult ed is a separate, that's not in this general budget, and the grant funded are not. So that number is the true number, but in terms of what's here, it's below that. But in terms of the drivers, health insurance and salary are that. I shared with you special education. That is probably the main, special education and facilities are the main drivers of the increases this year. Last year, we knew that main care, the cost of main care was gonna go up. They're about 2 quarters behind when they bill you. So the services may have happened in January and you get the bill in July or June, and I know I may not have the exact thing, but it's 2. So you don't necessarily see that change. By the time we started to see that change, our budget was done. And we got that first bill in the summer and we're like, that's a little high. And then the next quarter came, we're like, oh, we are gonna have a problem. So we knew they were gonna go up. None of us, I think Rebecca, Gabby, and I have spent a significant amount of time prior to February vacation around the special ed budget to really try to understand what happened. And we increased Maine's care seat in this budget, but clearly not enough. Like we just did not anticipate the scale of that increase. Yeah.
Can you explain to me, I really don't know, I'm just being honest right now, what that means? Like, why are we as a district paying main care bills?
Yep, so for students who are, and then Rebecca, jump in at any point. I'm hoping I have this all right though, because I've spent a lot of time on this. So for our students who are in out-of-district placements, or students who are in our district but have the services of a BHP, a behavioral health professional. Mm-hmm. So we will contract with Woodford's, right? So those are all eligible services that you can bill main care for. So occupational therapy, speech therapy, physical therapy. I mean, those things you'd be paying, if you went to the physical therapist, your insurance would be covering that, right? So this is no different. Those are all main care eligible. So those organizations, whether it's Margaret Murphy or Woodford's or any other entity, they will submit those services to be paid from the main care. And we have a copay to that, and that's what that amount is.
It's the
our
state share. It's the state portion of it. So the federal portion, we are not responsible for. The state portion, we are responsible for. It's roughly 38% of the total cost.
So we get a big chunk of money, but we also have to pay our share of that money. We've had a lot of conversations about whether or not we should start trying to bill main care, because we provide occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy. So we are in the beginning process of trying to figure out if that would be in our best interest. Districts around us are doing that. It requires staff, right? It requires, there's an additional burden on our providers because they now probably have to do increased note-taking and all that stuff that would be involved in that. So we are reaching out to other business managers, other special ed directors, the state, to say, like, what would it look like if we billed for these things? What would it cost us to bill? And what would we get in return? And what's the difference? And if it would be in our benefit, then we're gonna have to build up our structure to start bringing that money in. I spoke with the superintendent in Farmington, RC9, and they have significantly invested, and they're looking to bring in about $900,000 this year. I don't know what they're spending to get that, but it must be enough, that must be enough of a balance to make it worth their while. So it's an area of revenue that we have not done. I think the district billed for it a while ago when Deb Roberts was still here.
But they stopped, and the reason that they stopped is they found that the money that they were receiving in revenue, they also still had to cover that 38% in the copay, the 38% that the state covers. And then they're contracted with a third-party organization who did the actual billing for them. So there was a fee to them. But what they also found is that the total amount that we received, it reduced the EPS allocation, or the amount that you see on the ED 279 for the special education budget. So we have to see how that's going to play out. If it's going to be a wash, then it's not worth the time. But if we're still going to be in the black, then it may be worth the time, depending on how much that is.
So we're spending a lot of time to sort that out. And we'll keep you updated, but we need to do our due diligence so we don't just start doing this and then realize that it's gonna bite us in the rear, right? And all of a sudden we're like, have done all this work and we're gonna lose money. So the goal would be to find out if we can create another revenue source that will put us in the black and help us offset some of this. So that's work that is ongoing. We're just in the beginning phases of that. None of that's gonna start anytime soon, but if we need to do that, we need to start doing that. Out-of-district increase is up by $109,000. That's sort of a general rate increase that everybody does every year because everything costs more. And speech pathology. The biggest issue around speech pathology is that we have enough students who need enough services that we should have 3 speech pathologists on our payroll. We only have 1. So the 2 that we cannot hire, we replace with contracts that can be 2 and 3 times more than the salary of a speech pathologist. So for a speech pathologist, it may be $80,000 or $90,000 in the budget, but when we contract, it might be $150,000, $180,000 to an outside agency. And so that is what has happened this year. So in this budget, what we've done, and you'll hear this a couple times to try and help you keep track of it, this year we have eliminated the 2 open speech pathology positions and increased the contracted services. If we can hire a speech pathologist, we're still going to do that because then we don't need as much in contracted services. But at least now we have a better sense of what that contract actually would cost, and we're not double budgeting for both a pathologist that we're never going to find and the contract that we have to do to fill the services. But it's no different than the stories you've heard of, like families needing to get virtual services or having to travel, or we're in the same position as everybody else is in trying to make sure that those services are provided. In facilities, the minor capital improvement line combined across all the schools and central office is up $438,000. And when we do that at the next workshop, Dave will walk through every single project that we've put in there. And then the capital improvement loan, which is the boiler here, the lights, the HVAC between here and Leeds, are those main ones?
Mhm.
Yep, that loan is also now in here. Just reminding you, we had a capital improvement debt service amount of $253,000. That is gone.
270.
$270,000. So that's gone. So that's a little offset by what we're no longer paying for that loan that we have paid off. And then just because I like to talk about earned paid leave, because it's up $65,000 earned paid leave that everybody has to pay for now. I just want to say it out loud.
I would say it's not up $65,000 from last year, it's just, that is the cost, the district cost of earned paid leave for fiscal year '26.
Okay, so responding to needs, these are some changes that we've made. A third grade teacher is needed at TES because a bubble class of second grade is moving up to TES. We are reducing a teacher at TPS and moving them to TES. We have an open position due to a retirement. We're just going to move that retirement to TES. So there's no new position between there. English teacher at the high school, that also is a move. We currently have an academic support teacher. I'm going to let Evan tell you more about this. We are cutting that position. We are moving that to an English teacher. We need one more English teacher because the 9th grade class coming from the middle school is 180 students. That is like a huge bubble. It's about 40 kids more than the typical class. So they don't have enough English teachers to carry that. So that is not a new position. We're just moving one to another, a cut and a move. And then the instructional coach at Leeds has been on grant funds, but into anticipation of losing grants, we are having to move that position off of grant funds. So that looks like a new position at Leeds. It's new in terms of where it's being paid for. So additional positions that we have in here, a special ed teacher at the high school, and again, that just is numbers, how many kids there are and how many teachers you need. A special ed teacher at Green. They have been right on the edge for a couple years now, and we can't continue with what we have with the two. So it is an additional position with Green, and then a special ed building coordinator. We added a coordinator between TES and TPS last year. That was funded by an open position. We added a coordinator at the high school. That was also funded by an open position. So now we are adding that special ed building coordinator position. I want you to think about your doctor's office and the amount of people that are not providing any services to you when you go there, who work in that office, to keep that office functioning. The volume of paperwork, the volume of compliance that is required. We have hit a limit at what can be managed without additional infrastructure. It's just the reality of 420 kids and the volume of compliance paperwork that comes with that, and rules and timelines and guidelines and the regulations that come with it. That is going to be funded in local entitlement, however. That position is not going to hit the budget. But we've made cuts to ensure that it fits there. So that's not in the budget. It's going to be a part of our special ed federal grant that comes. So we'll talk more about that. Other increases, so about $208,000 for reading. So the big investment in reading this year was paid for with a lot of it in grant funds. Teresa can give you more information about that when she comes up. The majority of that money was paid for, like for the actual materials, was paid for in grants. So now we're just at an annual sort of like, what's the cost of that? And I think in the budget, it's about, between all the schools, it's about $49,000. We were spending nothing on our reading instructional materials prior to this year. So we can't continue to do that. We have invested in the instructional materials to make sure that we have consistency across all of our elementary schools, and those materials have been implemented K-5. That investment for next year includes now bringing in 6th grade. So we will have that reading instructional materials K-6 beginning next year. We already have some 6th grade teachers like doing it because they're like, we want in, right? So we're trying to work with that and make that happen. The big investment is 150 something, almost 160, is the math instructional materials. The curriculum committee heard a presentation of that at their last meeting, sort of the huge process they went through to come to a decision. So we are implementing those math materials in grades 3 through 8. We are going to wait a year before we do K to 2, and that is because, one, money, but two, the reading instruction materials has been such a heavy lift that we really want to give the K2 people, because that is where reading like matters. Kids learn to read K to 2, and then they read to learn after that. Ooh, I got that right. If they don't know how to read when they get to 3rd grade, then it's just a struggle. So we need to give those teachers one more year to really own that before we ask them to start with math. The biggest issue also is we don't have consistency in all of our buildings about what math program we're doing. TES has been on a pilot for the last 7 years. Before I got here, we called it, I arrived, it's like, we're on a pilot. I'm like, okay. And so they're not using everyday math, which everybody else is doing. And the middle school also has sort of a teacher-created curriculum, and it's not sustainable in terms of how we're seeing our kids respond to that. So we've talked since I've been here about math scores. So that is a major investment in what we're going to be doing. And I just want to remind you that we approved last year adding lacrosse. So in this budget, this year it is fully funded by families, so there's no impact to the budget this year. FY26 is when we said we would start to pay for the stipends only. So that is what we've budgeted for. We also talked last year when we sort of moved lacrosse in, was there were other programs that we weren't really fully funding already. So it seemed to add another program and not fully fund the ones that we have. And so there's an additional $8,800 for that. Evan can address specifically what that entails. So just some other things. We've got copiers in there. We did sort of, just based on hearing feedback around loans and things like that, we have not put in loans for the copiers that we're replacing and purchasing. They are, we're purchasing them, so that's not a lease, that we would own them outright. It's $25,000. If we lease them, it would be less money, but we did that. Go ahead, Brady. Brady needs to plug something in, so it's okay. We have a position in there that is increasing the time of a current employee to an additional 10 hours a week for grant writing. Atlas, which is, as you know, our platform for curriculum, we've been paying for that out of title funds. In anticipation of reduced title funds, we are having to move that out, so that is now going to be reflected in the budget. Early Bird, which is not only is it's a reading screener for just dyslexia screener, they can talk about it more, but it is also our required, it's our required dyslexia screener. We had been paying for it out of title. Teresa can say more about this, but we were being given the word that, you know, that's required, you have to have that, so you can't put that in title funds. So we were thinking they were gonna not allow us to pay for it out of title after this year anyway, so we've pulled that out. The adult ed budget has not had an increase in a very long time, and we have had some conversations about whether or not they have enough money to sustain the program that they have. So right now we have a $50,000 increased local contribution. And then the cost share agreement that the board agreed to, this sort of started last year with what our share of LRTC would be. I'm happy to report it's not going to be $35,000, it's going to be less. So when we get to warrant Article 3, we'll be able to make our first cut of the night. It'll be so exciting. We'll have to like a ceremony or something. So it's not going to be $35,000, but we didn't change everything because we hadn't gone through this, right? So got those numbers, I think, yesterday.
Yes.
So had a little party in the office. Okay, so we have, and this is always a conversation that amongst superintendents and board, like, do we give you the budget that principals and directors have said we need, or do we give you a budget that's already like got some reductions to it? The budget increase is so significant right now in my mind that I felt it important that we bring to you a budget that was closer to what we think is the reality of like what we're gonna be able to live with. So we've made some significant movement on the original budget. So the draft that you have in front of you has $1.19 million worth of cuts. So So I want to walk through those, and then as they impact each building, you can ask specifically about that. I think everybody's going to sort of tell you this is what was cut. So we have 7 Ed Tech 1 positions in the district. All but one are paid in the special ed federal grant local entitlement. We are eliminating all Ed Tech 1s. This has been an ongoing thing in all school districts across the state. Rebecca can speak more to this, but in my prior district, it was sort of like, yeah, we're not going to have Ed Tech 1s anymore. They have a very limited scope of what they're able to do within the law and the sort of the parameters of their position. But we did that so that we could make room for higher cost positions and higher need positions. So we have the coordinator for the middle school and green in there. We have the TPS building coordinator. That one is in the budget. We've pulled it out. That is now going to be paid for out of local entitlement grant. So that is a cut in the budget, in the special ed budget. And we also, last year, I don't know if you remember, we added in local entitlement, so it didn't hit the budget, behavioral, BCBA, Board Certified Behavior Analyst, thank you. You guys were thinking, I know, something else. Board Certified, and that, our hope was to hire, and we were gonna pay for that out of grants. We have not been able to hire, so we're just shifting that. We're gonna try to hire an additional school psychologist because the needs are so great. So it's not any additional cost. It's not new money that we're asking out of the grant. It's just changing that position. And then we have 1 Ed Tech 1 in transportation that we're eliminating. We are eliminating 6 Ed Tech 3 positions. These positions are in the budget, either warrant Article 1 or warrant Article 2. So some of them, all of these positions that we're eliminating, some of them have people in them that we are working with to see if they can transfer to open positions. So in some cases, an Ed Tech 1 might need some additional training to qualify to be an Ed Tech 2. We have open Ed Tech 2 positions. We have an unfilled interventionist at TPS. Kim has not been able to fill that position since she's been here. So we are just going to pull the plug. We can't fill it. There is a literacy lab at Tripp Middle School. We are eliminating that Ed Tech position. The high school has 2 unfilled positions, 1 in special ed and 1 that was supposed to cover in-school suspension. I think they had a person in there last year, but haven't been able to fill that this year. So those 2 are being eliminated. At Green, we have an unfilled regular ed GCS interventionist, similar to the TPS. It's unfilled, so we're cutting that. And we have an unfilled Ed Tech 3 that's currently paid out of Title I. In anticipation of funding changes, we're just not going to fill that position. So again, trying to sort of like hedge our bets on what might happen with federal funding. Other reductions. I said to you about speech pathology. We've reduced, this is different than what I said. Some of the speech pathology and school psychologist salaries that we have in the budget, we have reduced and we will charge to the new pre-K funding. The new pre-K funding, none of that is reflected in this budget because that is a totally separate grant and a totally separate pot of money. And we anticipate the one speech pathologist we have and and one of our school psychologists, we anticipate them doing work that is going to be able to be billed to pre-K. So we have sort of preemptively reduced their salaries in the budget because we know we will charge it to pre-K. So that's a positive. Like I said, we cut 2 speech pathologist positions and they were unfilled. We have 3 librarians. People call the ed techs in the building in the elementary schools librarians. They're ed tech librarians. We have 3 actual certified librarians. We are going to be eliminating the elementary librarian position and replacing that with an ed tech. When I surveyed from superintendents, we typically are always sort of like, what do you guys, how are you? And when I surveyed the area school districts around us, very few had that number of certified librarians. The libraries that are served by Ed Tech 3s are with good programs. TES has sort of circled through a couple of different people, but are moving in the right direction. Green has an awesome Ed Tech 3, so those positions, we believe we can provide the similar level of service with an Ed Tech at Leeds and without the elementary librarian position there. We will have to adjust the two librarians that are left, the middle school and the high school, because those ed techs do require supervision, and some of the budget will need to be dealt with from those librarians, so we'll have to deal with those job descriptions and also making sure they have time within their day to do some of that. So we know we're gonna need to make some changes there. We have reduced in utilities a total of $72,000 that between Dave and Gabby, they can talk about that when we do that. Like I said, debt service, we eliminated one of our debts of $273,000, so that is cut. And we have a facilities specialist position in the maintenance budget that we have eliminated. The one thing we don't know, which we never know, is insurance. You all have a document in front of you that is the letter we got from the Maine Benefits Trust around Anthem rates. There's no good news there.
Yeah.
The increase statewide for that health insurance plan is just over 17%, almost 18%. We've budgeted 10%. That doesn't mean that we're gonna have a 17% increase, but it does mean that we are not going to plan for any decrease at all. And we are going to assume that 10% is gonna be enough.
You want to speak to that a little? Or no?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So last year, our expense to what we were paying in as a district was just under what our revenue was, so the profit and loss statement of that. And we only saw a 1.875% increase. So we were super happy with that. That's amazing. This year, it's above, right? Our expenses exceed what our revenue was. Not astronomically, but regardless, that means they lost money on us. So we know that it's definitely going to be above a 2%. I'm praying that we're going to be right about a 6 or 7%, and we will be able to reduce it. But I can't swear to that, so I'm not touching that until we get good numbers.
So we haven't, last year, if you recall, the first memo we got was like, the increases are between 1 and 12%, which, you can't do anything with that information. So we can't do anything with this information either, except sort of mentally adjust and say like, because oftentimes you're like, okay, I bet we can cut about $100,000 when we get there, but we cannot assume that, given that memo. So that just came in, so that's what we have. So towards the end of March is when we get the range, but given that overall increase, I think that range will be similarly unhelpful until we actually get the number. But we will have that number before you have your final vote on the final budget. So we will know on that last day. So yeah, thought we'd share. We didn't want to keep that good news just to ourselves. Expansion of pre-K, I wanted to just say it again because thank you for those of you who came to the Tri-Town Selectmen's meeting. I think there is sort of there's a narrative that I think people are a little bit confused. This is not part of the budget increase. We've in fact been able to reduce the budget a little bit, assuming we're going to be able to charge to that. We are getting up and running to start this next year. And we are going to be getting a large chunk of money, $75,000, to outfit and get all of our pre-K classrooms, so that they are similarly, with similar furniture and equipment and learning manipulatives and whatever else pre-K needs. So if we don't opt in this year, that money goes away. So I think, Rebecca with Lucy and all of her team, they've done some good work to sort of do the homework to say, we should not pass this money up. We should take advantage of this because this is the last year there will be that. So we have formally joined cohort 2. There's a group that joined last year, and then just to remind you, we don't have a choice. We either have to do it cohort 1, 2, 3, or 4. Is 4 even an option, or is that like only with special permission? I think cohort 4 is like you have to have special permission if you don't want to do it in the 3rd year.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
$99,000?
We got more?
Yes.
Okay, so it's $99,000. So I think, and we do have inequities between our three schools in terms of what pre-K classrooms have for equipment, furniture, and that kind of thing. So this will get all the pre-K classrooms in the same place, plus allow us to have what we need for potential needs for students 4-year-olds who have IEPs and that small number of 3-year-olds that we will have to provide services for. It also doesn't mean that every 3-year-old is going to be in a classroom. Like I tried to reiterate that it's based on the student's needs and the IEP that's determined and the best fit for what that student needs. So predicting sort of like where anything's going to happen and when is really hard to do until you have the kid in front of you and you know what they need, and then you make a plan through the IEP, which is the legal document that sort of says what needs to happen. Okay? Yep.
So at the Tri-Town Selectmen's meeting, I think there was a question that I wonder if it was, I wonder if now I understand the question better.
Okay.
And I think the question was, since the state is going to be paying for this completely, the question is how much of time from people like you and Rebecca and Gabby, and how much of a percentage from the general running of the school in general, lights, things like that, how much of that percentage of those people's time, Rebecca's clearly going to be spending more time working on this because it's more work.
Yep.
Can we bill for any percentage of any of this?
Gabby knows that.
0 of my time, 0 of Carrie's time. I don't know about Rebecca's time. I would have to sit in on a few more meetings related to that. But since our time overall, it doesn't matter how many hours in a day we work, right? It's the same. So regardless on if we have to work an additional 4 hours a week, we're not going to bill more.
The reason that I ask is, so when I worked with the National Endowment for the Arts grant, we were allowed to take a percentage. It was a very flat kind of like, well, you can apply this much of your staff time to this much of your lights, this much of your heat, janitorial.
Right.
This is another government pay. It's not a grant, but so I thought it'd be worth asking.
I can absolutely ask those questions in one of our cohort meetings. There's one every other week. I can also shoot an email to the individuals that run those and just see. But since our electricity as a whole, we're not expanding our space, we are utilizing existing rooms for these individuals. I don't think that there's anything to recoup in that scenario. I also don't think that there's anything to recoup in our personal salaries. I think it's services directed specific to these students.
Okay.
So the
thanks.
transportation, the speech, all of that.
Because we're not using more electricity to service a small number of students for an IEP, right? I think this year, how many students do we have that would have qualified if we were doing this year? We have about 30?
Around 30, 24, 25.
Yeah, between 25 and 30 kids, like, and spread out between the 3 towns. Like, it's just not enough of an impact to really, we don't have to build a classroom, you know, that kind of thing. So, the services are the big, as we've discussed in speech, like, that's where the money is, right? So, if the money would come with a speech pathologist, it'd be like, woo, but there's none of that is happening. All right, where are we? Okay, so the overall proposed budget is $37,827,000, $827,028. That is a $2.8 million increase, or 8.08%. You can see, I highlighted where we see the biggest jumps, the 2 warrant articles with the largest increase in special ed, $1.2 million, and facilities maintenance, $740,000. Those are where 15% and 17%. You see this 100%, right? That sounds terrible, except that's that CTE, 37, 35, it's not gonna be 35. So that's where we're seeing our biggest increases, and I've tried to highlight for you what's driving those increases.
Carrie, before you move on.
Yep.
Just, those are definitely the biggest percentages. I was just looking at some of the dollar values as well, though. Like, for regular instruction, it's 4.6%, but it's 607,000. Is that attributed mostly to contracts,
Salaries.
salaries,
Salaries and
benefits?
benefits.
Salaries and benefits.
And then also the supplies that she talked about, the reading and math supplies, those are the huge drivers.
Those
Well,
are the
wasn't that
biggest-
down in
those are the
student
biggest
staff?
increases in regular
Well-
instruction.
What is student staff support then?
Student staff support is technology, library, nurses,
Guidance,
guidance, Wally and Teresa are gonna review that warrant article for you.
Okay, so for some reason I was putting curriculum materials down there, but curriculum materials are in regular instruction.
It would, we've got professional development in there, yep.
Well,
No, the curriculum materials would be in regular
Regular
instruction.
instruction,
So you'll
right.
see an increase in each elementary school supply line
Yeah.
for those materials.
So when you look at that 607, there's 250 of it was the curriculum materials. It's really not that significant, yeah. So, I'm sorry, go back to student and staff support then, real
Yep.
quick. So that 235 is, I'm sorry, what was that again?
That's contracts as well.
That is
So-
contracts as well?
Right,
Okay.
because you have your nurses, your guidance, your library.
Okay, yeah,
You
yeah,
also have some technology staff as well, but then we also have some other components within technology to try and replace some existing failing equipment, and some professional development to be able to work on curriculum.
So typically, we have not budgeted, since I've been here, any money for professional development because we've had enough entitled to cover it. We've added $10,000 in there because we're nervous. And because if we don't have professional development money, then the curriculum work that we're doing grinds to a halt.
Mhm.
Like, we can't pay people to do it, right? So, we have to continue to make progress that, otherwise we'll just stop.
Yep.
We just won't continue. The big, and again, Teresa's gonna talk about that, but that 10,000, we're really looking at using that for the ELA curriculum, because that thing is huge, and that's sort of the next thing we wanna really get started on.
The only other number that jumped out at me
Yep.
was the system administration number.
Yep,
Again, 79,000, but it's also almost 10%, I'm not sure.
right, that number includes our proposal for additional hours for grant writing.
It also includes the shift in the payroll specialist position that
Right.
was approved by the board back in November.
So that
we could
salary
get
went up.
someone
Okay,
who could do the work.
Yeah, so
Alright.
those are directly related to personnel changes.
that's good.
In one case, already approved, the other one is proposed, like, it's in there, but it's proposed, we don't currently have it. Anybody else want to ask anything in particular? Again, when people come up, you can ask specifics about lines, but if there's any other particular big picture,
Was this your last?
no.
Okay. Well, I'm gaining some questions, so I just,
Let's go.
okay. Just a couple, back when we were talking in regards to the reductions you'd made in the
Yep.
request, all of the special ed techs, isn't that reduction gonna be an increase somewhere else, though? Because,
No, because most of the positions, we have open ed tech 2 positions that we're working with as many of them as possible to transition to, so we're not adding positions.
but I thought some of our earlier conversations this evening in regards to our subcommittee, I thought a lot of our lack of the special ed is gonna be eaten up by contracted services and special ed techs,
So.
in the special ed department.
Yep, so the one impact to the budget that by eliminating these Ed Tech 1 positions, they are being paid for out of the local entitlement grant, so they're not in our budget. By eliminating them, we can move a current position that's in our budget into the grant. And that budget, that's the TPS building coordinator. So those positions will get absorbed by open ones. I think we have a retirement, like, not every single, but we have open ones, so in terms of the number of people, we should stay fairly steady, and I'm looking over here to make sure that I'm accurate. And again, Rebecca will clarify. But it allows us to use that grant for some of those higher cost positions and eliminate that position from the budget.
But I'm still trying to go back to the idea that, because part of the discussion in regards to the overage in
Yep.
special education was the fact that is it just ed tech 3s that we are hiring subcontracted
Yes,
for?
correct, we were not
So we were
subcontracting Ed
not,
Tech ones.
we were not hiring subcontractors for the ed tech ones?
No,
Ed tech.
correct,
Well,
thank you.
special ed. I understand
No,
there's,
no,
special
across
ed,
the board.
ed tech ones, we were still not hiring.
Correct,
Okay.
thank you, because of their scope, what they're
Yeah,
capable
no,
of doing is so
I understand. I
small.
just was,
Yeah, thank you. That's
we
a
hadn't
great
emphasized the difference in the
Yes.
subcommittee between
Yep,
1 and
you're
3.
absolutely right, Ed Tech
Um,
3s.
And then the speech, we have the reduction in cost of the speech. Is that again a movement thing? Because we talked about those 2 speech positions that you're taking out of the budget. but the whole idea is we're then subcontracting people to do that speech work. So wouldn't that still be covered
The contracts
in
are
the addition, the contract
The
costs?
total increase for speech pathology, when you get in there, was 200 and, well, I can't remember the
I'm
number.
sorry, I don't.
So just over $200,000. So when you see the speech pathology section of the budget,
Yep.
you'll see that 164 reduction, but then you'll see a pretty large 300-something increase in contracts, so you subtract.
370.
You subtract 164 from 370, and that's the actual increase.
Okay,
As opposed to leaving the 2 unfilled in there and adding all those contracts. That doesn't make any sense.
No, okay,
So we're
so-
planning
so
for
in
the
other-
contracts.
okay, so,
And we could
So-
save if we magically hire
And if
someone.
we
No, I
magically
understand
hire
that,
two,
but-
then we'll pay 164 additional instead of the 300 and whatever that we've put in the budget, 100%, yeah.
and then when it comes to the, what some people call the pre-K, but the 3-year-olds and
Yep.
so forth, the apparently 99,000, which would be a cool, very good thing. One of the questions that I have, hearing concerns floating around in my world, is that in last year's state budget we're getting that money from, or this year's state budget? Where's that money coming from? Is that already designated money from last year's state budget, or is it money that they're promising coming from the budget they're working on right now?
So, in the spirit of the Tri-Town Select Board meeting, the law changed, so we don't have a choice but to pick these students up. And when the law changed, lots of promises were made that school districts would not have to pick up these costs, because that is the #1 complaint by all school districts, is that we will continue to meet our obligation under the law in special ed and spend way more money than we should be because it's an unfunded mandate. And so the state is promising to pay for this additional, this is actually a funded mandate, right? Like, that's what that looks like, which never happens. But yeah, at any point, if the state wants to change the funding model of that, we will not get that money and it will move into the budget.
So
100%.
so that $99,000, and this is
That's
just,
in the that's money that's there right now. That was
Okay.
part of that initial
that was part of
budget.
last year's
Yeah.
budget, so
That
that's money
99
that we
is not
should be
this
able to.
budget,
I
correct.
understand that moving forward,
Yes.
they're, the teachers and all that stuff is, but I was
Yes.
curious about this check that we're supposed to be getting
No, they
for
had
the
a big pot
chairs
of
and the.
money last year. Some
Okay.
of it could be used for schools who had to do some physical renovations.
Yep.
And then supplies. And so this is still that pot of money.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's actually a better thing,
It's
because there is a
actual
pretty
real- it's
decent chance
actual
we'll
money.
get that money
It's actual
in that
money.
case. Okay. Well, that's all I have for the
Okay,
second, but.
Kyle, did I see your hand?
Students are actually under that are being, I guess, have speech, like, is it?
Speech
like-
pathology?
Yeah.
Do we know how many kids get services?
We can share that information in just a bit.
Okay,
We don't
yep,
have it
we'll
all
do some
beforehand.
research. Yep, thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Is,
Okay, yeah, go.
Peter is a bit concerned about volume coming from that whole side of the room, because like we're kind of far away.
we
Okay.
usually have a
When they
microphone.
present, they're gonna come
Gonna
here.
come here, okay,
They're
very
gonna be
good.
here when they
All right.
present. Okay.
But even, my concern is for future meetings, because
Yep.
we used to, I remember in his room, we had microphones.
I know, but we have that thing now, so we'll just work on projecting. I'm using my teacher voice, we will all work on that, yes.
So the
Thank you.
people there
So
can hear
please-
this discussion.
So
Yeah.
please just make sure if you're struggling to hear, you say something. Okay, so I also provide this for you every year, just so that everybody can be clear. That is 73% of our budget is in the schools. So these different pie pieces, which Evan would have preferred if they're all not green, because they're different pie pieces, but I left them green because I like them that way. So this is regular instruction, special ed, this is the CTE little sliver, other instruction, which is athletics and co-curricular, student staff support, school admin. All of that, 73%, is what's happening in the school. So the remainder of that budget, which is 27%, no, 27%, is system admin, transportation, facilities. We don't actually, I don't know, oh, adult ed, it said nutrition, adult ed, but nutrition doesn't get any money, just adult ed. So just to keep us honest, like, we're not expanding, sort of what's not happening in the schools.
Nutrition, they just get a line.
It's adult ed is really the only money that's in there.
Yeah, just
And
a
it's
little
a little
bit.
teeny sliver, little
Does
teeny
it have a
sliver.
color?
It was really hard to make a color of it. Okay, so we've done the ED 279, you guys have a copy of it, nothing has changed, so we're not gonna click on that link if that's okay with you guys. You can look at it, if you have questions, we can go over it. Let's do, you know, that fun document, that's the revenue calculations.
That is also in your binder. If you flip to the revenue tab, it is the second page. So the first page is the budget by warrant article, which just breaks down each one of the warrant articles. The second page is that right there. Okay, so last year, we increased our interest earned to $25,000 because we were receiving more interest. This year, I'm increasing it again because our interest rate increased from 0.85% to 2% overall. And that's just on our everyday accounts, our, you know, liquid checking accounts, the student activity accounts, all the accounts in the district. We also have 2 CDs, a 3-month and a 6-month CD, where we're earning approximately 4% on each of those. I did not increase it more because that can change, right, at any time. The CDs, yes, they're not going to for 3 or 6 months, depending on how long we're locked in, but the majority of our money is liquid and that can change. So we don't want to expect more interest and then have it drop suddenly based on what's going on in the economy. The gas tax refund, we started doing that back in fiscal year 22 when I got here. We were paying sales tax because we purchased gas at the pump. I have to compile all of the receipts and send them in quarterly to get that money back. It fluctuates between $5,000 and $8,000. I always stay conservative on these numbers in the anticipation that something could change and we don't want to be in a bad position. State agency client tuition. So this depends on students who are wards of the state in foster care that we bill the state for. Lucy does a wonderful job of doing that. Thank you, Lucy. Again, this can change regularly. Right now, we're seeing much higher revenue because of the number of students that we take care of who are wards of the state. That can change at any time. These students can move out of district. Oh, I thought you were raising your hand.
Nope.
We can get more students in as well. So I made a conservative increase based on what we're seeing right now. Main care fund balance, that was something that we did last year or the year before. It must have been the year before because it's 0 on both. So I'm sorry I didn't get rid of that. That kind of confuses things. The miscellaneous revenue is a number of different things that can contribute. We have seen it quite high over the past few years because we get our workers' compensation refund goes into this. And we've gotten some high numbers. We got $16,000 one year back there. But that's not a given. That's all dependent on what overall people pay, what the insurance companies have to pay out for workers' compensation expenses. So it's also based on maybe fees that we charge for FOA requests, or it has to do with the sale of different things, not vehicles, because that goes into a different line if we get that. But it would be covered under that here. Last year, we carried forward additional tuition money for support that we received for out-of-district tuition, the program that we had at Margaret Murphy, program that we had here through Margaret Murphy. The state promised us up to 50% of our total expense for that out-of-district tuition to support the program, up to $250,000. We weren't expecting that, so we brought forward $187,000 from fiscal year 24 into 25 to support that. We did not carry forward anything more because
They're not gonna fund it.
they're not going to fund it anymore. We are remaining at $555,000 for our regular carryover funds. We don't want to decrease that. We don't want to create any more burden to the taxpayers. So now we shift to what is being told to us on the ED 279, right? These are the numbers that Carrie went over. So for fiscal year 26, the state is telling us that they are going to give us $20,263,000. That is up $1.3 million from last year, or from this current year, fiscal year 25. That's great. That's going to cover all of our salary and health insurance benefits, hopefully. as long as health insurance doesn't get too out of hand. But that also means that the towns, the essential program and services amount went up as well, $500,000. It's going up to $8.9 million from 8.4. That leaves the local additional
And
based
that's
on,
due to valuation that the state determines, right?
It is.
That's the
the
requirement.
valuations did go up.
Okay.
That leaves the local additional money up quite a bit. $7.9 million up from $6.5 million. So that brings our total budget to $37,827,028, a total increase of the $2.8 million or 8.08%. Also included in this is an extra $50,000 in the adult education program. So that all rolls up to a change of $1.7 million or an 11.13% to the towns. We understand that this is not good. That is not lost on us.
So I just have a couple other things that I just thought would be helpful to just say before we move on. I just wanted to provide you with, like, I've been trying to figure out, all right, what does this look like over time in terms of what the subsidy has been? What does it look like? So when you look at the ED 279s going back to FY19, this has been the increase we've seen in state subsidy. So when the state says they've invested more in education, they're not lying, right? I think we did the calculation and that was like 36%. I wrote it down.
I gave you those numbers.
I
and
know,
then
I wrote it down,
didn't
hang on,
keep them.
hang on. It's 38%. So FY '26 is on there. So we can see that investment in that. I think when I looked at the required local, I found that to be very interesting because it's not as dramatic as it feels like in the required local, right? Not like the additional local, that's going up, and I'll show you that next. But in terms of what the state is requiring of our towns, it's up 8% since FY19. When you look at inflation, we look at like inflation in that period of time, I think I Googled it, it's like 25%, right? Like what's happened between and now. So it feels difficult, it's hard, but in terms of and there was a decrease during COVID, like those 2 years where the budget was supported by federal money. So FY26 is our 8.9 million. So looking in the last couple years, that's a lot, right? If you go the years that I've been here, right? But if we go back to FY19, it's kind of returning to a little bit of what it was before. So I just feel like that, I'm a fan of sort of looking over time, right, and just sort of seeing those changes. And so I think it's just helpful. It doesn't solve the problem, but it just puts in context that required local. So I think what this next chart indicates is sort of that gap between what the state and the required local is and what it has actually cost. And this is the debate that is happening right now around EPS and whether or not it's funding what we need. When you look at the additional local part of the budget, that's where you see this dramatic increase. So that increase since FY19 is 44%. I did not put this year's number in because we don't have it yet, but it's not good. So I think that's a great illustration of this gap between what the state is saying is essential and what we're needing to keep the programs that we have. Like, I think I said this to you before, a nurse in every building, an assistant principal at the middle school, an assistant principal at Green. Like, those are things that technically by EPS, they're not essential. And yet, almost every school will tell you, like, I don't, and the principals would tell you, like, I don't know how we'd operate without certain positions, right? A nurse and a guidance counselor in every building. Like, those are things that we have seen buildings operate without, and we know what it looks like. TPS and leads. We have recent live information about what it looks like when an elementary school does not have its own guidance counselor. Kids don't get what they need, which leads to other kids who have what they need not getting what they need because they can't stay in their classroom because kids are struggling and there's behavior and there's all those things. So I think I think that's just, it's nothing other than illustrative, it's nothing other than sort of like, I think, real information about sort of that struggle that we're engaged in and trying to figure out. That might be the end. Nope. I also wanted to go back and remind people, I did a little deep dive to just look at cuts we've made in the past, because I think sometimes the narrative is like, we're always adding, and we've taken away since I've been here, and we've cut 2 teacher positions at the high school since I've been here. We've moved positions instead of adding positions. We have made hard decisions in some buildings and moved those positions to another building. We went through that last year. We have added needed in response to behavior, Dean of Students at TPS and TES. The TPS was added in '24. Dean of Students was added at TES last year. We added an SRO. And then we made that decision to split facilities and maintenance because neither department was running.
Facilities and transportation.
What did I say? Oh,
Yes.
yeah. I didn't say it right, but it's written right.
No.
Oh,
In other words, we're splitting Dave right now.
transportation and maintenance. Thank you. Transportation maintenance, because both departments were running inefficiently and chaotically under one person. And now, I personally think it's an opportunity to celebrate, like, that was a decision that has paid off. Because we have 2 departments now that function, that are not in chaos, and are actually doing what we need them to do. So, good job, just want to remind you that. And then last year, we removed 3 teachers from Green here to, again, respond to the increased needs in Turner. Again, difficult decisions were not, are not things that people want to do. We added some ed techs, and then we added lacrosse in athletics, and sort of dealt with that. Yep.
How many faculty throughout the whole district that we actually employ, and then also how many students do we have currently?
So we can get the number of teachers. We did that when we were doing negotiations, but I haven't updated that number since.
I need a few minutes off.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
that's
get it
fine.
for you. I mean, we got 2,000 kids, we know that, 2002, whatever. So, okay. I think that is my last piece of information. And like we have done every year, and I'll be sending out a community message, all the information from every meeting is gonna get published here. And I'll send out a form for people to submit questions. I'll probably record some updates for people to be able to watch and listen to. I recorded the last family newsletter, and people were like, yeah, I like that, please record it again. So,
We have, under the TTA agreement, 197.2 people, but that does include our nurses, our guidance counselors.
yeah, nurses, guidance counselors, librarians,
Instructional coaches,
ELL,
ELL.
That's still
GT, yeah. So they're all under the teacher contract, but they may not be in a classroom. So we can divide that up more if you want. We have class sizes. I mean, these decisions get made around class sizes, like, do we have equity across? So when we moved the open position at TPS, got moved from TPS to TES, that equalized class sizes across the district in first grade, right? First grade is where we put that, yeah. So that was where we saw lower class sizes in upper and higher in other places, that equalized it. So that is,
the exact number of students at this time.
As of today, Power School is 2,026.
okay.
In 23.
Well, some of those students are out of district, so they're not necessarily in classrooms, but yes. So, yep,
Can I make a suggestion?
yeah,
When you send out your newsletter and
Yep.
you post that link, can you
Yep.
also have each school post it on their Facebook page? Just because I feel like parents sometimes
Yes.
check that more often, so it just gives more
Yep.
access.
excellent, thank you.
Those are not in order.
We can update that tomorrow.
I will be doing that.
Okay. Anything else? That is your high-level overview. All right, we are ready to
Great.
move into
we got a
that
question.
information. Oh, the other piece of information we got is the liability insurance, we can decrease at $15,000. Woo, that is not reflected in your budget, the next update you get will be.
Peter, do you have a
There was
question?
Well, question/comment, I believe, are we moving into,
We're gonna do
go
warrant
into
Article 1
warrant Article
right after
1
that.
okay,
Yep.
so this is where I have, and part of this is because we missed last week.
Mhm, yeah.
I have some real concern moving into the budget at this point,
Okay,
real concern. we just got our initial, we as a board literally just got our initial presentation of the budget. We picked up our books. We're just now really looking into it. We haven't heard from any administrators as we go through it. We haven't truly had time to discuss amongst ourselves what we feel comfortable with for a budget moving forward. We're going with this 11% to the district, to the community, 8% to the district increase. And most years, in my past experience, we've had a meeting or two to absorb that, discuss it amongst ourselves, and give direction back to administration to say, okay, we're not comfortable with an 11%. We're going to go through, if we start piecemeal right now, we're going to start going line by line by line by line and trying to figure out where we're making cuts, if we're making cuts, or really trying to get explanations on why we're keeping it at that level. Instead of going, okay, we as a board feel that we can't be here, we need to be a little bit less, and give administration time to say what works best for the district, instead of us trying to make decisions from up here when we're not really in the dirt. So this, to me, this tonight is not working. And the more I've been sitting here, the more it's bothering me. Because this, I feel like this is being thrown at me, and we're just going to start going at it, and, you know, well, we can do changes at the end if we want to, which we can, very much, because nothing's done until the end. But to me, this, I feel that having the one long night is not a problem. We should have had this 2 meetings ago, and pushed, or something like that, and then taken into account if we have a snow, you know, because we should have time for the board to discuss the budget prior to going through the budget and giving some feedback that, no, we're not comfortable with 11. We as a board feel that we need to see something in the 7 or 8 or the 9 and see what different options are. So that's my concern.
Your point's made.
You know, I understand.
And I think one of the things, obviously, that's contributing here was the fact that we didn't have this
Yep.
last, so this is kind of like a catch-up of the meeting we canceled last time. One of the things we were thinking about, Carrie and I were talking about this ahead of time, was effectively, our next meeting is supposed to be a regular meeting, and then we do another budget workshop after that, is that we add a workshop to the beginning of next meeting, so we can kind of revisit these things. I'm not so sure it's going to hurt to go through this thoroughly tonight, as long as we can revisit it later, right? And so I think if we were maybe in past years where we were having several meetings leading up to this review, right, line by line review, there certainly was a lot more time to prepare for this kind of scrutiny, right? This is something we're trying to do this year. We kind of got shortchanged with time a bit on the schedule. But,
Can I just say, though, this date, when we start going over warrant article 1, is the same date. I mean, the date's
Yeah.
different, but like this day, it's the same as last year. What we missed was the presentation the week before, but last year.
And
that's
do
all
I
we
remember a
did.
time that we had, or am I going way back?
I think you might be going with
Because we used to, when we had a budget like this, we had options to look at what the cuts would look
I
like.
think that's coming.
So, but to me is, why are we getting it after we start making the presentations? If you have cuts that you feel we should have,
We've already given those to you.
Yeah.
so what
1.19
we see is what you think the bare minimum possibly could be.
No, I'm giving you our best budget, and now we need your feedback.
so we're going to go
Because it's your
through,
budget.
we're going to go through staff recommended budget line by line now.
Yeah.
And we can absolutely come back to items later on if we feel we need to push on them or question them, or it's certainly not done. So we're going to go into this in depth now, but it doesn't mean it's over, right?
No, I
Can
understand.
I
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
I also want to just say that every budget meeting last year, I came to you with new pages, with cuts and changes that were made.
Yeah.
We anticipate doing that, and I anticipate having to do it quickly, on a broad spectrum, and I'm ready for that. That's what we're anticipating, based on the feedback we get.
And maybe being a bit defensive, but also wondering, like, what, do you have a suggestion?
Well, yeah, the one thing that's missing to me is this guy, and apparently I'm going way back, but I'm sorry, but it worked fairly well, I thought, was we as a board had this, and then we were like, okay, what do we feel comfortable going to the constituents with? Do we feel comfortable, and maybe as a board, we vote that we feel comfortable with an 11.13, now let's go through it and see what it is, and see if there is some minor changes we can make. Or we go by a thing and say, what do you feel comfortable for a number? Going back to the constituents with, what do you feel can fly? And we've gone everywhere from, well, let's drop it 1% or 2%, let's drop it 2%. What's the drastic dropping it 6%? And then what does that kind of look like from the viewpoint of the people who have to make it work? That's where I want to come from. I would much rather see the cuts that have to happen, because I do feel some cuts have to happen. I'd rather see those cuts being made by the people that have to make the district work than us. And I just, that little step is what I'm afraid is missing. And that usually means, and it would have been a little bit hard, but that's.
I feel like you wanted to try to set a number that we could try to work under, rather than try to look at the lines and build the budget. Like, I feel like that's a different approach to the budget, right? I feel like the approach we're taking right now is like, or at least the way I'm seeing it is, you know, we're taking the budget from last year, we've made a bunch of choices. We've chosen to do a number of things with facilities maintenance. That number's up because of choices we've made,
Yeah.
right? The other major increase is in special ed. I don't think we chose that, right? But there's a lot of things that are driving that, a lot of things I want to understand more about how we got to that as well. And I don't really think we're going to get there until we start getting into this presentation we're going to have with Rebecca tonight. So, and I think that has built the budget up to what it is now. And I think I expect us all to be having questions about how we try to work down from that. But I feel like what you're suggesting is we should have started at a number and tried to fit everything in under that, like a top
Not
number.
necessarily, just give the, one of the things that Carrie mentioned was she was curious, part of this is to see where we feel.
Yeah.
And that feel is like, okay, do we feel we're comfortable with it? Do we feel we're, overall, we are not uncomfortable with it and we feel it needs to be down by a certain percentage? And then that gives Carrie an opportunity to go back to the administration and say, okay, clearly this 11's not gonna work. We're gonna have to try to drop it 2 and 3. What's it gonna take?
So the last 2 years, I feel like that has happened, because I have met with the principals after these meetings and said, all right, what can we look at? So I feel like, at least in my perspective, that has happened the last 2 years. So I don't know if it's just the change of how we've scheduled this or the cancellation of the meeting last week, but I feel like we got direction at the end of each workshop and went back and looked and brought changes back, because you'll end up with 3 and 4 different colored pieces of
Oh,
paper,
no, I
right,
understand.
with those updates. So,
All I'm saying is it used to happen at the beginning, in my mind, just to give an opportunity.
not since I've been here, so.
Yeah, I'm going back apparently.
I also think, like, we're starting with warrant article 1 and 2. I mean, these are the biggest ones
Yes.
in the budget. We're very likely going to revisit them in a workshop in front of our next meeting. We're very likely going to revisit them again at the other workshop we have in a couple of weeks. So I think we're starting this tonight, but this is by no means like our only chance. We're going to keep revisiting this, I think,
No, I
over the
understand
next
that.
several
Yep.
meetings.
And you don't vote on a budget until April, you vote on a budget April 10th.
She took it down. I'm sure she
So
was-
we have time until April 10th. That's the drop dead deadline for a budget.
Teresa, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I decided
Against
it's
it?
resolved itself. I'm gonna hold my comment for.
All right.
Okay, yeah, because then the budget meeting.
Yeah, April
So
10th.
that gives me time.
So the board has to vote on a budget April 10th. So today is March 6th.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
I understand that, I just was trying to,
No, I don't think anyone likes the increase, Peter. I mean, I
No.
don't think
No,
anyone does.
we are very,
Yeah.
believe me, the conversations we have had are like, yeah, well, let's do round 1 and see, and then get feedback and see where we are. We are very aware.
So, with that, let's start on the agenda for tonight, I guess, which we're about an hour and a half in almost here. We've got quite a bit to get to. We also have a meal here. Dave, How long do you think that food can sit there?
I wouldn't wait much longer.
I was-
It's cold sandwich, there's not, maybe, can you do something?
Okay, starting to
would-
question
I
if I
would-
want to know.
Well, I was just gonna try to get through warrant article 1 before we went over there, and I
Warrant
wasn't sure if
article
we had
1
the
is
time.
gonna take a long time.
I know.
That is every single principal.
I know.
Do the first big article.
I know.
and it'll be okay.
Okay.
But we have, I wanted to try to do something on the agenda before we ate, but it sounds, and I think a lot of people are gonna wanna, really dig into warrant article 2 as well.
Yes.
But, why don't we start in on warrant article 1, try to do some of it, and maybe we don't get through the whole thing, but, let's get going.
Coming right up close.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, if you need a
Did you-
table, Kim, you can sit
No, I'm
here,
good,
but
I just
you
have
can
my
also not.
sheet
So-
here. Do you want to go line by line, or do you want me to highlight? How do you want?
Well, I would do what you've got,
Yep.
Kim, highlight what you've got.
A
on
summary
the slide.
first, and then,
Can I do this? Is that better?
Use your teacher voice.
Sure.
Okay. So, as stated earlier, the increase, if we look at, salaries, there is a decrease due to the fact that I am sending a teacher to TES. And we're reducing, we will still have 5 second grades due to class sizes, but we're reducing our first grade to 4. And then we're keeping the 5 kindergarten. And all those numbers, Karen, I looked, it's similar to all the other elementary schools as far as class sizes. So we tried to keep it consistent. So as far as increases is really in the general supplies, and that was the reading materials, and that was $13,061. And that is the following one. Are we
So
good?
Yeah,
Kim,
no, I
Kim,
was hoping you were
do
gonna-
your summary first, and
Oh,
then
okay,
Joe will
sorry.
walk us through page by page.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so we talked about that. Okay, increase in software is the early bird assessment that was talked about. We have moved, Seesaw was in the general instructional, or the general software supply line, and it is now going into pre-K.
It's split now. Right?
Split?
Isn't Seesaw in both pre-K and regular?
Right, so it was just in
Yeah.
the general, and now it is split out into pre-K.
Right.
So that makes a difference. And then we had a decrease for the amount of kindergarten iPads due to numbers and the teacher reduction. And also redistribution of the ELL salary between schools. Those are highlights.
okay, so that is the summary, okay. So, as, we were just talking about, we're gonna go through this now line by line through the Turner, or page by page, I should say. And effectively, the Turner Primary School budget is on this page 1, as well as page 2. Why don't we all take a minute to look down through these line items on page 1, page 2, and we can ask questions of the principal if we feel we need to. So feel free to raise your hand at any time if you'd like to ask a question. But any of the lines. Go ahead, Ashley.
Regular instruction paper, what's the reason for that being a non-item last year?
Which item are you on?
Page 1 for $4,800.
So,
That was a change. a
this
district-
year, we started,
Which one?
Yeah, it's
Which?
56,101,
Okay,
so
thank you.
about 2/3 down.
Yep,
so our paper was previously being purchased in bulk under a prepaid line, and then it was journal entries to each individual school as it was needed. It was a mess. Reconciling it for accounts payable was messy. It wasn't great. So this year, I broke it out, and we're budgeting it differently. Last year, paper was included in general supplies, and now it's got its own line so that when I go to bid, I know how much I'm bidding for, and each school is responsible for ordering their own paper.
So when we're looking at instructional general supplies for the increase, it's really the combination
Yes,
of paper and
that's
general
correct.
supplies.
I also believe that schools were not budgeting for paper appropriately because they couldn't tell how much was really being spent. We came across that this year.
Yeah, go ahead.
What else would be in general supplies other than into reading program, or is it 100% the reading program?
Oh, no, the reading program's 13,000, because that is, you see that's a big increase. It is really supplying the classrooms with the materials they need for instruction. So it could be anything from glue sticks, scissors, paper, items.
Consumables for
Cons-
math curriculum, is that in there?
Yes. Math curriculum, yeah, for the everyday math, yeah.
Where does the curriculum materials fall into? Which items?
Under the general instructional.
Five,
Oh,
six,
that's
100,
all in
yeah.
56100? That was all in that item, okay. Go ahead, Peter.
Under that same question, and I might have missed it a second ago if you did say, and I apologize. How much of that 11,000 increase is the new programs? And how much, basically, yeah, how much of that is the increase? And a second part to that question.
Well, actually, if you look at it, it's a decrease, I had a decrease in my general supplies, because last year it was 16,360, this year's, almost 28,000, but 13, if you add the 13,661, to last year's budget, it would be 29,000, so it's really, I cut more of my general fund, but I had to add in that 13,000, does that make sense?
I do apologize, it does not.
So, I mean, I can tell you that the reading and the math supplies this year cost $16,000 in her budget alone.
Okay, so is that all taken care of in that 27?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. The 4,800, that's in the 27 as well? Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's separated out.
So how come that doesn't have a percentage attached?
Because this is the first year that it's there, anytime there's nothing to compare it to,
Okay.
there's no percentage. So it's 100% increase.
I was gonna say that
Let's
should
just
be,
say that. But the system doesn't do that.
okay, just curious. Well, I apologize,
No,
sorry.
you're fine, if you've
No,
got more.
no, I have a different one, so please
Okay.
go before me.
Line 51500 for regular instruction stipends,
Nope,
the
she caught me
increase.
right there, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
Is that like an after-school thing,
These
or?
are our leadership team, our PBI's team, PBI's team.
Perfect.
Grade
Thank you.
level leaders.
So
And
last,
grade level leaders, yes.
so last year we budgeted just a chunk because we were in negotiations. So this year reflects like the actual, like
The
we've split them
new-
up and put exactly what it is. So
Okay.
that's why you see like a difference in those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
I think Gabby had just sort of put
I did.
one big amount of money
Because
in
we
one
didn't know
line.
exactly where everything was gonna fall based on where the negotiations were going, so I put lump sums in different warrants, so it was budgeted in the correct
Okay.
warrant, but I didn't break it out.
Okay. Peter?
To clarify that then, is it the same number of stipends just now, or we've added some stipends?
We added.
We added, yes.
What did we add for stipends?
Teresa?
I heard you saying that they were grade level leader and leadership team, they're not grade level leader, those are in warrant article 5.
Oh, okay.
So I'm also thinking it's an increase because we didn't have leadership stipends at the elementary level previously.
Right.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's what the addition is.
The leadership teams at the elementary levels were voluntary.
So I believe it was 6 for school.
The elementary schools had, we put 6 in, that was part of negotiations.
Oops.
Do we have anyone else immediately with a question? And again, we're looking at page 1 as well as page 2, if you wanted to ask from page 2 as well. Go ahead, Alex.
On line 56520, you had mentioned there was an increase in the iPads. for
A
kindergarten.
decrease.
Oh, it was a decrease, okay. I
yes.
misheard. Okay,
It's
I
also a
apologize.
lower cost per device.
Okay, yep.
Yep, yes.
On 56,510, that's the software line.
Yes.
On page 2.
And I know you kind of talked about it up here. Are we adding software?
It was the early bird assessment that we added in, and that's the dyslexia screener that we're required to have.
And that was funded in title funds, but the feedback Teresa was getting was that that's something you
Okay.
should be doing, you shouldn't be paying for out of title.
Thank you.
And there was that decrease with the seesaw because we moved what we were paying for our general into the pre-K lines for the pre-K students.
Page 1 and page 2 here are the primary school numbers. Anyone else have a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Quick
Krista.
question. I'm seeing, oh my gosh, my eyes. Pre-K field trip and field trip fees, but, so, sorry, they're split on
Are you
page
in
1
the-
and 2.
Okay.
So field trip fees, 5,900, looks like an increase of $200. And then on the next page, your last line, 5,900, it's an increase, oh, it's not an increase, never mind, I lied, but it's a K field trip fee, is that for something,
Pre-K, for pre-K.
or sorry, pre-K field trip, so that's just not in the same,
Pre-K needs to be broken
They're
out
separate,
separately.
yeah, their
Okay.
budget is separated.
Okay.
The state requires it.
gotcha,
Not us.
thank you.
Yeah.
All these budget lines and categories are state required.
I feel bad for the state. We blame them for so much. I really feel bad.
Yeah. Anyone else? Pages 1 and 2, go ahead.
The gifted, or the GTX, the gifted and talented, am I correct? Teacher salary increase? Didn't have anything for the prior year?
For the,
So if you look at the note, it was redistributed
Yes.
between the schools.
because we were, yes,
So it's-
we are receiving, for us, there, it's a called a Wonder Wednesday, and she comes down and does activities with the classrooms. So that was something that's shared, we're sharing that between the schools as far as their salary.
So what happens annually, Teresa looks and works with her teachers and looks at where they're spending their time, where they need to spend the time based on gifted and talented activities, and we reallocate those percentages based on the activities and where the need is. So you'll see that across the board, different percentages, and I try to put notes in, but sometimes I forget.
So it's not a new person, it's not a new expense, it's just been moved from one to another.
Okay. Because you had redistribution on an ELL one, and it's at the
Same thing.
bottom, so it's hard to see which one it.
Yeah.
It's, the note will always be underneath the expense line that it references.
Anyone else with questions now about TPS? And again, this is not the last time we could ask questions about TPS. We can always come back to it. Go ahead.
Small question. So the ELL TPS teacher salaries have shifted from TPS, but the benefits have gone up.
So that's a change in election. People can have a life change, right? You can get married and then you're no longer electing for single coverage, you're electing for 2 adults or full family. They can do that at any time in the year, and you'll see the benefits all over the place because of that. Also, unfilled positions, we budget for 2 adults because it's middle of the road. So there's that as well. But this specifically, I know what it's in reference to, and it's a change in election.
Anyone else? TPS? Pages 1, pages 2? All right. Thank you very much. And next up, we're going to have TES.
Again, you can sit if you want to put your papers down.
I will.
You don't have to stand up. Just make sure you project.
And the ice has been broken now, so everything's,
I did my duty.
right, right.
So for us, I'll just do the overview first. Positions that have been removed from grant funding, the first was a full-time EdTech 1. This position this person is working towards the EdTech 2, which is an unfilled position right now in our school. And then the .5 EdTech 1 is a position shared with TPS, and we already talked about that with the EdTech 1. Transfer in district, we talked about that, the addition of a third grade teacher, just due to the increase of the class size of coming up to us. And then other major increases would be it says TPS, but TES, I just realized I did that. I don't know why. Would be our literacy materials, so into reading. Our number is going up a little bit more because we also are purchasing for sixth grade, like we talked about, the consumables materials, and then the math materials for grades 3 through 6. For us, our math materials looks pretty high because we weren't purchasing materials before.
And just a reminder, because we're not doing the new math curriculum materials in K-2, TPS is gonna have the lowest budget because they are just K-2. Everybody else, they've got those older grades, so just, it's gonna be a little quirk in that.
Sure.
But TES was the only school not spending any money on math materials, so the increase is gonna look higher there.
And then for our numbers for those increases, the math materials will be $24,125. And for into reading, it's $21,992. Oh, and I'm sorry, for math is $25,706. I was reading 2425, which was my note.
All right. And similarly here, guys, we're going to go down through the TES items. We're going to start with kind of it starts at the end of page 2, but mostly page 3. So end of page 2 and 3, if anyone has any questions on these items.
Also.
Correct. Correct. We're just going to start on page 3. Anyone? Questions? Ashley?
Yeah, I don't know if it was talked about before I got here, but any just explanation or what's driving the large increase in the benefits?
We can't hear when you, so.
What's driving the large increase in benefits?
So, this particular thing, let's see if there's any specific. So I have, one person changed, and there was also the increase. So I budgeted 10% for our benefits across the board, a 10% increase. There's a letter that you received from the MSAD52 related to statewide. They're anticipating a 17.89% increase. We are hoping that our increase will not exceed the 10% that I budgeted based on our profit and loss ratio or analysis that they send over on what everyone pays in, including the district and the employee portion, and what they use. But I always budget based on their guidance, 10%, and then we pray that we get to reduce it. I'm hoping that I get to reduce it to a 6 to 7%, but I don't know that, and we won't know that until April 10th.
10% increase for the other 9% is just elective changes?
There can be elective changes. If we had an unfilled position last year, and this person has elected something other than what we budgeted, that's a change. If a staff member moves from one location to another location, which we know happens regularly, their benefit election follows them, and that shifts what's budgeted. It's always the actual amounts unless it's an unfilled position. Some people elect for cash in lieu, which is significantly less than even single coverage.
Question, Ashley. Anyone else with questions here on page 3? Peter?
The third grade Chromebooks, I assume this is just a,
You say third grade Chromebooks, that's down at
565.
56520? Yep.
sorry.
Yep.
Yes, I assume that's just a normal rotation type?
We purchase, and Wally's gonna talk about this, but we purchase at K-3. Middle school gets funky because it's not quite the 3-4 years, and then 9th grade. So that's an annual cost, because those kids in 3rd grade will get those Chromebooks and keep them. And then we rotate, and then we pay for the next round,
Okay.
the next grade.
So I don't,
Yeah,
if
go ahead.
somebody has, no,
Oh,
let
sorry.
somebody else go
Anthony?
before me.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on the Chromebooks. Are we required to provide devices at any particular age level, grade level?
By law?
Yeah.
No.
No. Thanks.
Yes.
I was gonna say the third grade class is also a lot bigger, right? So you're purchasing more than you
Yeah.
have in the past, so that makes sense.
Anyone else with a question? Different item, perhaps? Go ahead, Peter.
Photocopiers. I know that we use them a lot. So I'm just curious, is this a rotation or is this one in trouble?
So the ones that we're replacing this year are not specifically in trouble, but they are quite old. I think that these are 8 or 9 years old, if I remember correctly. Do you know? Yeah? 8 or 9 years old. The cost per copy is significantly higher than the cost per copy of the new machines that we are anticipating getting. They're more efficient, and they also have new options available so that we can reduce the toner. We can reduce the individual printers in some of the offices so that we can still stick with privacy with a program that the new copiers will work with, and that then reduces our toner cost. Yeah.
Wally's gonna spend more time on that. There's a significant budget item in there that will explain that more.
Okay. So I assume part of that will be what the savings might be approximate. I realize we won't know it till next year, but is there some approximation guess on what the savings will be coming from?
So actually.
I don't need it now, I just was curious.
You can see some of that in the line, it's 54310.
Those numbers don't always help.
Every school has a
The repair line.
equipment repair, and what that actually is the photocopier cost per copy. And that's an estimation based on the number of copies that each school does on the copiers that they either have presently or we're replacing with. If it's a reduction, it's because we're hoping to replace them with the newer, better, more efficient copiers at a lower copy rate. But that also means that people are going to want to use them more because they don't jam as frequently, so then there's going to be more copies. So my estimates might bite me down the line.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I just have an overarching thing. I have found library in here because I see art and music. Where's gym? Like PE?
That is part of our general instructions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the reason there are those lines is because there is a person within the district for art and music that helps with build those budgets. So it's not just within TPS and TES. We have a VPA coordinator. So those people work on
I see.
those lines. So
Okay.
I think they're separated for
Okay,
that reason.
thank you. I was like, are we forgetting our poor gym teachers? Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I would just like to have some more explanation on line 58-100, specifically the Navigate 360, because that is a significant increase as
We're on a
well.
different page.
Nope, nope, still
So
in
that's a
No,
program
I
that,
jumped to it.
that
I was
our
down here, I was looking at a
district is
different 58
using.
one.
It's what we use for like assessments. If a student makes a comment that is
Correct.
at risk to themselves or someone else.
Right.
This didn't cost us anything before, is that right?
was
We
grants
went, yeah, it was a grant-funded program through the state, which is how we all got trained, and had 3 years' worth use of the system. And so the system, we've decided to keep with the system, and that's why it's now in there.
Can we just explain though, like the difference between like TPS only has a 7% increase for that, but this at TES is 113% increase? Is it because the third grade is a larger class, so you're gonna be
It is
monitoring
per
more?
pupil, it is a per pupil
Okay.
cost.
That's what I'm wondering. Because like, that's a huge difference, 7% to 113% difference.
Right, and I believe that's the only like major thing.
I mean,
that
it's
we're
not like
adding.
a lot of
Yeah.
money per se, but if it is per pupil, that's what I'm looking for.
We also don't budget for pre-K, I don't think, so sometimes the numbers are funky because you're doing a per pupil, and you're not including pre-K in that per pupil.
Okay,
So TES also has share center in their dues and fees, whereas TPS does not.
TPS
Some
dropped
schools-
share.
Some schools
so that's
participate and some
including
do
that as
not.
well, okay.
Yep, I forgot that Kim's staff wasn't making use of it, so it didn't make sense to continue with the
Okay.
membership.
Thank you.
Might as well start adding page 4 into this as well. TES continues on to page 4. Anyone with any other questions here on page 3 or 4? Just one more check to see if there's any more questions here, page 3 or page 4 for TES. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to Green Central School.
Good evening, all. Rather brief overview for Green at this time. The two main increases of note are in under the general GCS budget, have to do with our into reading, like as you've heard prior, and illustrative math. So increases driven by literacy materials and the math materials. And a decrease that we have there is the reduction of an Ed Tech 3 position that is currently unfilled, and we've opted to cut that, not fill it.
Yep. Hold on one second. I imagine it's volume.
We have a hard time hearing.
I will do my best to project, sorry about that.
In the past, as an audience member, we've always had the budget projected, and we've been able to hear questions, and there have been microphones, and it's really hard this year as an audience member, I'm just saying.
I'm not sure, other than trying to project what we can do about it tonight. So
Yeah,
I just
like
think that's what we'll try to
but
do.
when
Yeah.
When people are sitting, facing, like when Kristen stood up, when you stood up, you weren't, it wasn't, like you're like having a conversation with them, and we aren't able to be a part of that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And then if the board members could do their best to project, that would be awesome.
Understood.
And
Thank you.
I'm happy to project, but I don't want the board to think
Oh,
that
you can
I'm-
holler at us.
Yes.
No, that is not my role, but I do have the teacher voice, so no worries about that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
All right, so moving on here, the end of page 4 and page 5 is where we start off with Green Central School. Does anyone have any questions about the line items here? Go ahead.
Doug, would you mind telling us, if you're able to, how much it will cost specifically for Green Central for the math and the reading? If you know those numbers.
I do have the illustrative math off the direct quote, I believe, was $14,104.75.
So a combined
Yeah.
amount between
Thank
the
you.
reading and the math is a total of $24,000. $24,012.74 is what I have.
So essentially 10 something for the reading. He
Yeah,
said
I can give you,
14.
I'm sorry. It's like 98, yeah, it is, 10,000. Oh, 9,900, excuse me.
Okay.
My math.
Let's be specific.
$9,906.
I know businessman, you know,
I-
you like to be with.
Mixed signals from people.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you,
Can
yeah.
I make one correction?
Yeah.
So, we found, an error that was not an error that Gabby made, but when we sorted this out.
Yeah.
The, second salary line, which is ed tech salaries, 51020, the note says the position was moved to title funds. That's not true, the position was cut. So, that just took a little bit of work between Teresa and Doug and Gabby and I to be like, wait, where did that position go? Oh, it just went away. So it was not moved to title, it was eliminated.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, pages 4 and pages 5 here for Green Central School. Yes, Peter.
You might have answered this before, this actually to Gabby, the instructional paper, I assume we'll see a cut somewhere else?
No.
So
You
we,
would think. So instructional supplies had paper in it, but all of the instructional supplies went up anyway because of the change in curriculum materials. So you're not going to see a cut there. Yes,
Okay.
there was a reduction in there, but you can't see it.
okay.
Sorry.
So that is going to, so it is an increase, that number will be an increase this year overall, since you didn't have, you're not taking out from us.
It technically was removed from the regular instructional supplies.
Yeah, but we're not
yes.
seeing it because of the big increase due to the
Correct.
math
So
and the
you need
science.
to,
Math
you
and
need
the-
to add the
Agreed.
56,100 and 56,101.
Okay, thank you. I guess I go, wait, do somebody else first.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
page 6, second line, the pre-K books and periodicals. Is that just a subscription to something that's not being used, or, Sorry.
564, no, that's okay.
56400
Yep.
on page 6 at the top.
That's it. I know exactly, yeah.
Forging right ahead into page 6 there.
I'm, yep, I'm leaving you all in the dust.
All right.
Yeah, it's
Just
really,
something to
yeah, the books and periodicals, part of the back out for that was a consideration that, that the pre-K, the state will be contributing to some of our, which I believe does include, Rebecca, an in-class library allocation as well. So we decided to use that to our advantage.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
sure.
Go ahead, Anthony.
So 56,510, which is general instruction and computer software.
Yes.
Is there new material there, or is that just subscription fee increases?
So it's a combination, and Wally, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's where early bird landed. There's also increase based on current student numbers, current pricing, and then there was some adjustments with the bundling. So I believe there was they're bundled in certain amounts in order to access a particular number at a time. So that's the explanation for the adjustment there.
If I may, we had to add for typing.
Can you speak up, please?
Yep, we had to add for a typing software as well. Previously, they've been available to us for free, but they no longer comply with student data privacy. So the paid version, of course, does because they don't leverage targeted ads. So we've had to add that.
So this is typing instruction, so the computer technology teacher uses it.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyone else with a question? Yes.
On the music teacher benefits, it's up quite a bit compared to salaries. I don't,
Which line are you on, Ashley?
page 6.
Page 6?
52010. Page 6.
Okay.
So it was a change in election and a redistribution and an increase, all of the above.
Peter, did you have another one?
No, I'm sorry, I just make sure you saw.
Okay.
Brianna.
Anyone else with questions on GCS? That's largely pages 5 and 6 for Green Central School. Seeing none, thank you very much, Doug.
Of course, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to Lead Central School.
Project.
I've never been known to be quiet. So Leeds is looking at an increase for the literacy materials for into reading. We are also looking at an increase for the math materials for illustrative math. And an increase for us is moving our instructional coach from the grant to the budget, as Carrie had talked about. In warrant Article 5, Teresa will talk about the reduction in the elementary librarian position that will be replaced with an Ed Tech 3, and the reduction of an Ed Tech library aide position that we have. And Rebecca will also discuss the reduction of an Ed Tech 1 position. She's working on getting her Ed Tech 2 to move into a position.
All right. So Lead Central School is largely starts on page, there's one item on page 6, but it's largely page 7. We'll start with questions here on page 7. Go ahead, Bree.
Can you break down your math and reading numbers, please?
I sure can. So, math is going, so the
6,480 in math, I'm gonna help you because I have the spreadsheet.
She knew the question
Oh,
was.
you have the spreadsheet? Oh, I'm sorry.
She's prepared, but I had to show off. I heard everybody else gets a question.
Oh, so that's what you were doing, good for you.
We're split between the illustrative math and getting some everyday math supplies, because we still have a couple notebooks, but I shared all of mine last year thinking that we weren't going to need them. So I do still need to order some of those.
Okay, so can we say that number again, please?
Shannon's going to say that.
Yep.
number.
Well, I don't know, I have a different number than you, because I came up with,
Well, that's your math. I was giving a reading.
it's you. Okay, reading. Okay, so oh my gosh, I'm nervous. So math is $13,174.63.
There you go.
That's just the illustrative math, and then everyday math adds another $1,444.50.
And then the reading number was?
Oh. So the reading, so currently we're needing, there's two sections that we need it for. I added on, Gabby, you have the addition, but I have $6,480. And that's between some of the consumables, the digital resource for HMH, and then there's a MyPath consumable book that they use.
And can I just go on, the 1,000 plus for the everyday, you're using that in the lower grades because you're only doing the illustrative math
3 through 6.
Perfect.
K-1, 2.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Anyone else? Questions on page 7 for leads? Go ahead, Crystal.
56400 for instruction books and periodicals, a decrease of 54%. I just wasn't sure if that was also, it's not a pre-K, because that has its own line, so I'm guessing it's not state funding. Is it a?
So we decreased it, looking at, so some of the stuff we had to use it for last year was getting some of the resources that we needed for the literacy program, because we didn't have the ones for the little groups. And last year I also had a classroom that needed to be stocked, so I have well-stocked classrooms right now, so we reduced that.
Gotcha, thank you.
Any questions for leads on page 7? We might as well turn to page 8. Go ahead, Peter.
What's the field trip for music? It's not an increase, it's just the same, but it's also quite a bit larger than other music. I just was curious.
That was one that I was supposed to have cut because we weren't going to do it. So originally so I need to strike that one.
Isn't that the one, that's not the one where if they go to District 2?
Because that's what it is.
So for students who make district,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Yeah,
You go,
sorry.
you go.
So there isn't like a field trip for like a class level to go. So some of our students qualify for District 2 for either singing or for band. And so it's transportation to get them to that competition and then the entry fees for them in that competition.
Is that enough for you, Peter?
Yeah, I just was trying to think about if, apparently it's where they think is the best location for it, but if it wasn't really field trips, I just was trying to, but I guess it's.
So I think it's that scenario where we have a district VPA coordinator and they're keeping track of what needs to go in, so I think that's why it's separated like that.
Yeah, I just was trying
Yes,
to.
we don't lose track of it.
Last year we had, our music teacher wanted to budget to take kids somewhere, but we had cut that, so that's why I got confused.
All right. Lead Central School, pages 7 and 8. Anyone else with questions?
No, I'm good. I answered my own question.
All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap up our middle school, elementary schools then. Thank you very much. Yeah. Some common themes there certainly across the schools. And we'll move on to the middle school. Sure.
Review my glasses, which makes me see here but not here, so. Okay, decreases. We are decreasing current offerings with the elimination of the literacy lab. This reflects the reduction of one EdTech 3 position, but we do have 2 current special ed EdTech 3 vacancies that I anticipate that staff member being able to move into, so we wouldn't lose an employee. There's also a decrease of 6,347 with the adoption of the new math instructional materials. We're going to get rid of one of our online math subscriptions, Alex Math. Increase of 65,625. That's for 175 Chromebooks for the incoming class. Well, I can speak to that more if there's additional questions. And then an increase of $21,042, and that is for the 7-8 math instructional materials that you've been hearing about for K-8.
All right. let's dive in here to the more detailed budget. Essentially the end of page 8 and page 9. We'll start. Go ahead, Crystal.
What's WC? Sorry. On-
Workers' compensation.
Thank you. Everything else says workers' comp.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think that was one that was made before I got there.
So, oh, never mind, okay.
Pages 8 and 9. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I get car sick of these damn things. Copier maintenance. Should this school get the new copier and not the other one? Quite a bit of maintenance on a big increase on copier on this.
I think that they're using it a lot more. I think that they got a new copier and they like it a lot.
So why is maintenance up? Is maintenance mean toner
It's
and?
based, no, it's based on the per copy, so it's 0.035 cents per black and white copy. Is this a color copier? Does anyone know?
There is a color copier in the building.
And it's 3.5 cents per color copy, so,
Which,
And I'll add, we do restrict how many color copies they can print, so yes, it's more expensive, but that's not why it's more volume affecting this than it is the color copies.
So we have a $1,500 increase in maintenance.
also, well, I'd like to point out that the actual expense in the first column in fiscal year '24 was more than what we adopted for this year, so I think that it was under budgeted.
Trying to bring it into.
gotcha. So the $1,500 increase that we're seeing
I think
was
was
more a
based-
result of an under budget from last year.
I think that that's accurate, because I took the actual usage from last year, the year as a whole, and that's how I projected the usage and cost for next year.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay. On the Chromebooks, and I know we go through this periodically, this is a big purchase we do fairly regularly.
Yeah, so the middle school is again kind of the odd stepchild, if you will. It's only 2 grades. Traditionally, in the past, MLTI covered both grades when they do a refresh cycle. That has changed. They only offer a single grade, but we get to choose. Unfortunately, we've kind of got a bumper crop in both buildings. I went with 9th grade because that is more students. Unfortunately, the timing is poor, and we need to replace the MacBooks at the middle school as well.
So do we go out to bid on that? How do we purchase these?
Yeah, I get multiple, so once we know the budget's approved and I can move forward with purchasing, typically, again, late May, early June, I'll go out and get multiple bids for devices that fit what we need.
All right, so, and I just out of curiosity, so what determines what you're looking for a Chromebook? Are you looking, are we looking for the very basics, the absolute basic book? Are we looking, exactly,
So
because.
in the Chromebook segment, there are models that are focused towards education, and students in particular. They're built extra rugged so that they drop, they don't break immediately like most laptops would. So I'm looking at both that factor and then additionally enough horsepower to make sure they'll get through our typical 4 years without being completely useless.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have the math number, please?
It's on the previous slide, or on that side, 21.
Okay,
Look at that, she's ahead of us.
21,000.
21, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Kyle.
On the Chromebooks, what is the actual, I guess, the instructional, we've eliminated the Chromebooks, is that like devastating, or is that I guess I need to be educated on that.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak at the middle school level, but a good portion of our instruction runs through like a Google Classroom platform. And so like we have a model at the middle school where you have FaceTime with your teacher for about 60 minutes. For most instructional contents, it's every other day. And so this allows the student to then be able to access a lot of what they're doing on the Chromebook. Often that's how they submit it. It's often how the teacher can review it and then give it back for feedback. I know I can speak to some things like math, for example. The majority of the lessons are recorded, so the student can participate in the lesson and then go back and look for review. it would be incredibly, we're also trying to prepare them for the real world right now. Like, it would be incredibly challenging for them not to be able to have access to that technology. With that being said, I mean, we do still push for a balance of like, and one of the strategic goals is for hands-on project-based learning. And so when that's applicable, we do it. But a large portion of, especially like the ELA, the literacy curriculum, social studies curriculum, like we don't have tangible textbooks anymore. Those are online for students to access.
Any other questions here? We might as well move on to another page. So adding in page 10. Question, go ahead, Peter.
It's actually on page 10 and 9. Fairly decent jump this year on field trips. Fees and transportation on field trips both had a decent jump. Just curious what that entailed.
Yeah, so the transportation increase is due to the per mileage. And Gavin can speak to that better. For any of the transportation costs, the per mile cost went up.
Yes, the per mile cost went up to $3.26. I believe it was $3.15 for our current year, and that's based on the previous year's total cost in all of the transportation expenses divided by the total mileage that all buses and vans did.
And for the fees, we had gone over previously. Again, we're trying to push for some of the experiential learning through the strategic plan. And so in last year's budget, I've gone over by about 2,000, so I tried to make up for that for this year. Any of the sort of fun-based field trips, I guess you could say, students pay for themselves, but any of the ones that are tied to educational purposes, we try and cover through the budget.
Jana also used actual mileage and actual locations for all of her field trip mileage, so that is as accurate as we can get. But I will say that if we are short-staffed, we have to outsource and subcontract, and that will cost more than what she's budgeted as well, unfortunately.
Go ahead, Peter.
Just looking, what happened this year? And you might have said it, I might have missed it there a little bit while I'm trying to read, but I'm just looking, we currently have adopted just under 3,000. And according to this, we've spent 6,500 on those field trips? Is that just because of a miscommunication on mileage fees, or, I think, you know?
So, hang on, what?
That's 58,500. It's the very last middle school item.
Yeah, still on the field trips.
Okay.
I just was curious, you know, that's a big
Again,
miscalculation.
I believe that, and I can look it up, but I believe that that was specific to having to subcontract because we didn't have the staffing ability to, I think, didn't we need like 6 buses for one trip, and we did not have the staff to be able to do that? If we're short-staffed, which we are, we have to get subcontractors to do it. And that is significantly more expensive.
So the middle
Thank you.
school, again, is on pages largely 9 and 10. Does anyone have any more questions about the middle school line items? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jan. All right. Now here, I am going to try to get through the high school before we eat, unless, Dave, you think we need to eat right now. Okay, all right, great.
He's not gonna see us tomorrow, we're fine.
Put it on ice.
We did not
Put it on ice.
I believe one of the field trips required 6
Yeah, we're
buses.
freezing, so it's fine.
I believe that
That was
what
their Lucy field trip. I think, because that, they took the whole school.
I think they took the whole school.
That one they paid for, the kids paid for that, but not the transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
All set?
Sorry.
All right,
Yeah, all
here we go. I'm going to project. So we are going to be hoping to maintain our current staffing levels by, as Carrie pointed out, eliminating our academic support teacher position and creating a new English teacher position. We'd added the academic support teacher, I think 2 years ago, in an attempt to find another way to support students who needed support in particular focus, whether it was math or reading or whatever it happened to be. That just hasn't worked out with our scheduling. It hasn't been as effective as we wanted it to be. So this is actually going to help to contribute to some of that support by having another English teacher to help keep our class sizes down a little bit with the large incoming 8th grade class. So that's our attempt with that. You're going to see an increase in contracted services. This is year 3 or year 4 of a 4-year plan to get our JMG funds up to the agreement that we had with JMG. So I believe this is the last year of the increase, so you should not see one in JMG next year. You're going to see the question that Peter's had a couple of times around photocopiers. We have an increase in photocopier maintenance. That is around photo cost per copy. In our Chromebooks, you're going to see a reduction in technology hardware. That is a direct result of MLTI picking up the bill for the 9th grade Chromebooks and it not being in the budget. And there's an increase in art equipment to purchase a couple of new sewing machines to replace some aging ones, as well as some lenses for photography class. There's a reduction in music stipends. It looks significant, but if you look at the line below it, it's going to look like a significant increase. That's because we moved it from stipends to contracted services. It makes more sense to be there because we're actually contracting when we need a piano accompanist to come in and do it. It's not a stipend for an existing person. So it actually should be under contracted services, and it just hasn't been for a long time. There's an increase in music books and periodicals. It's going to notice a significant increase. That is due to a new course that we're looking to offer on musical production. And we need to have the scripts and the books for that, as well as you have to pay for the rights when you do that. So that's what those fees are. There's an increase in music dues and fees. That reflects an increase in costs for All-State Festival and District 2. You'll hear Rebecca talk about the reduction of an EdTech 1 position. You've heard about that already tonight. This is not a bullet up there. I got 2 that aren't bullets up there. One of them is Carrie mentioned the reduction of an EdTech 3, which has been our in-school suspension monitor / also done some academic support. We haven't been able to fill it. So we've tried to cover some of that with sub when we could, but we're just removing it. And then the other bullet that's not there, you're going to see a significant increase in textbooks for social studies. That's a reflection of new textbooks for 9th grade World Civilizations class. Historically, we've taught world history at 11th or 12th grade. That's not the same text as you would use for 9th graders, so this is just a change in the order of operations. So we need a set of textbooks for that.
Okay. Just on that summary, the MLTI costs, I assume we're getting more for the 9th grade than we would have if we would have applied it to 8th or 7th grade, which is what we were debating, correct?
I think the class is bigger, yeah.
Which is why we're buying 9th grade out of MLTI, because it's the most expensive grade.
Right, that makes sense. I just want to make sure I have that straight. Okay. Go ahead.
I would like to discuss and get some more information about line item 56510.
What page?
11. It's under the computer software. IXL is being paid for by the special ed budget just at the high school, but we can't put IXL into special ed budget at any of the other schools. Why is that? How much do we pay for IXL, like district-wide, not including this part here that's going to get pulled out?
I'm not going to speak for the other buildings. I'll speak for my building. IXL is only used with special ed students. That's why we can cover it with special ed. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you probably can't answer my next question. It's
I'll
probably
try.
more for Gabby. Then how much are we paying total? I
do
didn't
not
go
have
through and
the
add up everyone's IXLs.
That's right. I can't give that to you tonight. I would have to get that to you later.
Okay, I do want to know that. Thank you. Thank you, Evan.
You're welcome.
So the high school starts largely on 10, but is bulk of it is on 11, so pages 10 and 11. Ashley?
Yeah, question on supplies and paper. Gabby's note says paper was under budgeted, so it was moved But looking at prior actual to current adopted, it doesn't appear to be under budget unless you think it's going to be in the next 2 months.
So,
Is this 56,100?
Yes.
Okay.
And the
so
line right below it.
you,
Yep.
you do actually see a reduction of $4,500 in their regular supply line, but you see an increase of $13,475 for paper because it was under budgeted previously for only around $4,500. But their usage is around $13,000. They used a lot of paper.
So I guess where's the under budget coming? Because it's showing at prior actual 13.7, it's budgeted for 16.14.
Do you know how many trees that is?
Wait, so what I'm saying is I only removed $4,597 out of the regular supply line that was paper budget, but we are budgeting $13,400 for paper, and that's based on actual consumption. So there should have been more money in the regular supply line in the current year for paper, but it wasn't because we didn't track it properly, and that's another piece of why we're moving it out. So we under budgeted by $9,000 in the regular supply line.
But you haven't spent the extra $9,000?
Oh, I'm sure that we have.
So where is it?
This is just the budget line though.
Right, but I'm looking at prior actual.
Oh, the 13,757?
Yeah, compared to the adopted, I guess I'm just confused.
Remember, that is 2 different years.
I mean, I don't know what else Evan has spent on supplies.
No, I think I understand the question, though. If we actually spent $13,000, but only budgeted 45, like, where did we, what line did we overspend to cover the cost? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just.
Yeah.
I don't have that answer off the top
Okay,
of my
we'll
head.
come back. There's been a couple of questions about paper, so we'll come back to that.
Go ahead, Peter.
And I'm not sure if there is a, because it confused me for a couple minutes. The prior actual is 2 years ago.
Yes.
So there's actually, we don't know what was budgeted for that prior actual.
Oh, that's good.
So you can't compare it to the line right to its right,
Yeah.
because that's last year's budget.
Correct.
I believe we've had this, I might be going way back
But
again.
Actually,
It's okay, you
if
fill
we're
us with
using
historical
$13,000
context,
in paper, then the general supply line should have been spent more.
Yeah.
But because I almost want to remember, we mentioned once about having another column, and I think maybe Gabby might have glared at me.
So
Like a
actually,
year-to-date
I am
column
looking
or
at
Yeah, or
what's
something or
actually
something.
been spent on paper. There has been through February, there was $3,600 spent. So when I did my budgeting and my projections, it was based on what was through December. In December, they spent almost all of that. They spent $3,000, and I was estimating how many months that was into the school year and how many months more we had to go. But I think that it's possible that that's been over budgeted, and maybe we can decrease that to about $5,000 instead of.
Yeah, I have a note. We'll look at paper everywhere and sort of see
Yeah, I can
because
take
now we're
a
a couple
new
months
assessment.
past when we initially made a lot of these budget lines. Not
That's right.
all of them, but some of them. So we'll look across the district for paper.
All right, might as well add page 12 in here as well. There's a number of pages here for the high school, so we'll try to stick to this. Go ahead, Peter.
I'm actually going to give you a line this time.
Okay.
55,630, adult ed tuition. 2 years ago, we started charging a significant increase. Belvedere High School, alternative ed tuition.
Yeah, that wasn't, yeah, that's not adult ed.
I meant alt ed.
Okay.
So what happened last year to go from a 600 to a 9,000 that we're doing again for this year? Was it an establishment of a new program?
Okay, I got you. So I can answer that question. So that line covers alternative ed options for students. We budget $6,000 in that line for students to attend the Region 9 commercial license program up in Mexico. Not every year do we send a couple of students. This year we are sending a couple of kids. So when you look at this sheet next year, it's not going to say $600. It's going to say much closer to $9,000.
Well, that just means like between 24 and 5, or those 2 years, we did that jump, and I just was curious what caused it, and we're staying with it.
It's been we've budgeted $9,000 for a few years now. That we expended $600 in 23-24.
Actually, my first year, I think that line got zeroed out
It may
if
have
you
by
recall.
accident.
By accident,
Yes, it
and
did.
we sent a kid and you had to
Correct.
find money for
That
it.
is,
Yeah.
yes.
And
You
$9,000
remember,
has
you were
been
bitter,
spent.
I remember it.
I still am, thank you for reminding me.
Is
Yes.
it basically just truck driver? What else is
For
there?
Region 9, and then there's additional funds in there as well. If we have students that are looking to take an online class that costs money, then I have some ability to pay the tuition for that.
Okay, cool.
But it's variable.
Historically speaking, that line used to be like 20 grand or more, like that used to be a lot. But prices of online classes have come way down, and we only had the 2 students that with the agreement with Region 9.
But it sounds like it's pretty variable year to year.
It is very variable, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else here? We've moved on, 11, page 12. Might as well add in page 13, if that triggers any questions. Go ahead, Peter.
56110, the supplies, again, 3 years ago, we did a jump and we're staying at that. Sometimes when I see a jump in supplies, it's for like a 1-year, purchase of items.
Peter, I'm gonna ask you to tell us which page you're looking at.
I think he's on
because
page
there's-
13.
He's on page
Sorry,
13.
13. It's the science and
That's
Feel-
food science.
food science.
Yeah, so yeah, that's an increased cost. Well, one, a couple of years ago, we increased the number of sections of food science that we teach. So we have more
Okay.
sections of it, and food is more expensive. So yeah, we're staying with that.
Okay, I just was curious, it had 1-year jump, and then sometimes that's just a 1-year jump, but it's
That's
staying
why.
consistent, so, okay.
He's looking at that jump.
All right.
Food has got more expensive. That's definitely a
Eggs
theme.
have.
Yes. Or-
You didn't know.
Hadn't
Believe it or not, we're
noticed.
selling apples
I
for
didn't
less than what we
need
used
to
to.
break that news to anybody.
It's in the grocery stores, I got
In case you didn't know.
Any more questions here? We're on to page 13, 11, 12, 13. Peter, go ahead.
I feel bad, but
No.
actually I
go.
don't, to be honest with you.
I was gonna say,
Not at all.
why, own it.
I do. 56400, books and periodicals, it says licensing script.
That's the what I mentioned, the new class, musical class, musical production. So you're gonna see that increase for, second bullet down, music, books and periodicals to cover licensing and scripts and supplies for a new class, musical production.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Nope, just scratching. All right. All right.
I do.
Go ahead.
Evan, can you explain though, continuing on that same one, how is this class different from the musical?
This is a class that will happen during the day.
But it will still be the
Nope.
fall musical? or-
There'll be a
There'll
fall
be
musical.
two separate ones?
Yep.
Okay.
Now, the show may be after school, but the class is gonna be taught during the day. You know what I mean? Like, they may do a show after school.
I get that.
Yeah.
But it'll be like two separate
They'll-
things, so
yes.
if a kid can't take the class, they
They
could
can still
still
do-
be in the club
Yep.
and do that show.
Right on.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's only a little bit more of high school line items on page 14. We might as well open it up to any questions on the high school line items 11, 12, 13, and 14. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Evan. Yeah. All right, we just have a little bit left here in warrant Article 1, which is K through 8. I imagine someone. Teresa, okay.
Been sitting too long.
I have been.
Oh, I believe it. Often do.
Way too long.
Middle school does.
Hi, Teresa. How are you?
Good evening. There's no slide.
Oh,
No
yeah,
slides?
no slide.
Oh, okay, no
I
problem.
saw slide, well, I forgot this was in warrant article 1. She
And-
typically would do
Are you
all
saying
that
she's
stuff in
forgettable?
warrant
No,
article.
no.
I
And-
didn't
Just
practice
does so
this,
much.
but let's go ahead. I'll see
All
how
right.
I can
Is it
answer your
normally,
questions.
is it always in warrant article?
Yeah, I didn't move that on.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's only about half a page here on page 14, kind rounding out warrant Article 1. Any questions? Go ahead.
I noticed, and I didn't ask Evan beforehand, but all of the changes, the decreased fees for GT, what does that due to?
So our students that are identified as gifted and talented are able to receive, at the high school, they are able to receive services through advanced classes, AP classes, AVEC, and other opportunities. So for next year, we are going to focus on K-8, and we are not. Our number of students that are participating at the high school, I believe it's around 12, and there are just about 70 students identified. So we wanted to focus our attention on K-8.
So there are 70 students recognized district-wide, and only 12
that are identified 9 to 12.
Oh, but only 12 participate in the program.
That's a high guesstimate, yes.
Okay.
It's maybe closer to 8. Like, I don't have my chart in front of me to count, but yes.
So you won't be offering GT services at the high school?
We won't be offering direct pull-out services
Okay.
for students who are identified as gifted and talented in the high school. They will be able to have their needs met through their course offerings.
Gotcha.
That's pretty typical at the high school level, that just all the choices they have, they don't need those services.
Okay.
And when you say need, like AP classes type of right?
Right, and the availability with the course load that they're required to carry, the time that they can meet is super limited. So right now, they are currently meeting during extended HPT. So they have to give something up, really. It gets very tricky scheduling at the middle and high school.
Any questions here on the K-8 and 9 to 12 services at the end of warrant Article 1? All right.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Bree.
The ELL for K-8, is that one person? The administrator's salaries and benefits?
Yes, that's
Okay.
me. It's a percentage of my salary.
Okay.
Because I oversee that program.
Then the ELL 912 administrator benefits?
Still one person.
But not Teresa?
Yep.
Okay,
So you could add up all those hunters.
great, thanks.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I think we can close warrant Article 1. Thank you, Teresa. Carrie, anything else on warrant Article 1?
I'm very
No.
impressed with the increase in
Yes.
just, we'll keep that going.
All right, so yes, now we will take a break to eat before warrant Article 2. So, guys, thank you for joining us here. We'll get started with warrant Article number 2. And you can kick off here whenever you're ready.
Yeah, okay. So on the slides that we have, the first slide I have here is we're looking at, for special education, we're looking at a decrease. So we have a reduction and I don't think this wasn't, I'm not sure if this was on Evan's slide, but Carrie had mentioned it in her presentation. There's a reduction of 11 area high school education Ed Tech 3, which is a vacant position in our self-contained program, and that is to help offset the cost of the additional teacher at the high school based on student numbers. Then we have a reallocation of the building coordinator position at Turner Primary School and the elementary position, so it's one position shared between two schools. And then that's a reallocation to be able to go to the local entitlement grant. So as Carrie was talking about, pulling that position out of the general budget and then putting it into the grant. So those are two areas that we have had the decrease to the general budget. Then we have, you will notice an increase. When you're looking at the general budget is almost 98% of teachers and ed techs, along with our service providers. It is all of that. We also have tuition for out-of-district programs. We have Medicare seed, and then we also have legal fees. And we have our software that we need to have for managing our special education paperwork. But essentially, that's all what the general budget is. So the increase, we have an increase in contractual obligations for all of our employees, along with an increase in contracts with speech and language. As Carrie had noted, we have tuition costs for students attending special purpose private schools. We also have the increase as related to that with main care seed. And then in addition, we have the Green Central School special education teacher addition to the budget due to student numbers, and then also a teacher at the high school due to student numbers. Next slide. And then so what we also have is a reallocation of positions. So special education, we have the general budget, which I had just talked about. We also have what's called our local entitlement grant, which is federal funding provided to the state, and then the state decides, based on our October 1 child count, how much funding we will receive, which was our federal obligation, the promise, when IDEA, which is the Special Education Law and Regulations, was determined. And so that's how the federal funds move to special education. So federal funds that we pay for that's where we will have the software for students and teachers, we'll have the hardware for students and teachers, we will have supplies and equipment that are specialized to students. We will also have in there, just that's not on the slide, I'm just sharing with you, you'll also have in there supplemental positions. So supplemental positions such as secretaries and building coordinators, along with ed tech ones, or additional positions like we've been talking about last school year. In this school year, we had a BCBA in there last school year. An additional position to be supplementing the positions we have is a school psychologist as well. So the reallocation, we are, in order to pull positions that could be considered supplementary positions into the grant budget, we have reduced 6 education ed tech 1 positions from the budget. And then that would pay for the building coordinator to come out of the general budget, and that would also pay for a coordinator between Green and Tripp Middle School, which we don't have right now. Green is, I am Green, special ed coordinator and the director of the district. And then we also have at Tripp, we have a split position. We've tried a split position with Tripp for this school year for the behavior support program, case manager, along with the building coordinator. And we have the program, which is wonderful, has bloomed, but we have not been able to have the oversight and support to case managers and special education teachers having a coordinator position. So we were thinking creatively on how we could bring that together, and the numbers for the other coordinator positions are very similar between Green and Tripp, and that's where we came up with that combination to be able to support that. We also have, as Carrie had mentioned, in the general budget, we also have a reduction in school psychologist costs, because we are going to need to, and move that to pre-K funding, we are going to need to evaluate all of the students to be able to determine whether they qualify for 3 and 4-year-olds for public school services. And we also know a majority of them will also be receiving speech services. So that's what Carrie had talked about, pulling some of that contracted cost. If we find an employee, that would be wonderful. But in the meantime, if we know we've got to prepare for contracts, that's where the contracted cost would be.
Before we get into line items, I wonder if it's worth revisiting the main care reimbursements that we were talking about. I mean, it seems like if Farmington, like Mount Blue, is be able to pull in $900,000, it's a significant sum of money. Obviously, they're larger than we are, but how long do you think it's going to take for us to kind of work through that to determine if we should be going after that revenue? Because it seems like it's would be a valuable offset here.
I mean, I anticipate doing all that research this spring, so not quickly enough to be able to impact the budget, because we really wouldn't know what we'd be bringing in anyway. So
Yep.
to sort of assume a certain amount, so I'm imagining this spring we would be investigating, you know,
We've been investigating.
Yeah, we have.
Rebecca's been taking courses, you know, training. I started training,
I'll
and
do the
Ashley in the
training too.
payroll office has been doing the
Yeah.
training as well,
Yeah.
so that we have a lot of eyes on the different processes and what goes into it. I've been talking to a number of business managers. I talked with Deb Roberts, who was the previous business manager, who could enlighten me on why we stopped. I think my biggest concern is what the effect on the EPS allocation is going to be, and I'm trying to understand that. And I reached out to the finance department at the DOE, and they, of course, want us to do it because that means that they're also going to get additional revenue. But my concern is something that Ashley in my department now brought up, is that the state bills us 38% of what we charge main care, but we aren't necessarily going to get 100% of what we charge main care. So we have to be very careful. We have to know what we're going to get as a whole from main care and bill only what we know we're going to get. So we don't want to be like a doctor's office, bill $100, the insurance company says you only get $28,
Yeah.
and we're left on the hook for $38. So there's a lot of questions,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it doesn't correct
right?
based on the
Very
reimbursement.
complicated, so maybe by next budget season, we'll have a sense of what it actually could look like, that it might have an impact on the budget, but it's so complex, it's very, I think we're all cautious because we don't want to set ourselves up for negative impacts that we didn't foresee.
Yeah.
And whether or not we need additional staff to do it, right? Like, that's a whole nother, do we need additional people to actually make this happen? So do we have to spend more money in the budget to get more money in a year? You know what I mean? Like, that cycle as well is also a question.
And I don't know if it's a dollar for dollar impact. So if we get $100,000 in revenue from billing for main care, then we pay 38% of that, so $380, or what did I say, 100,000? So $38,000 to the state for their portion, right? Because they're doing that regardless. So that other 62%, what does that look like? Is that the amount that our EPS is going to be dropped, or is it 100,000 that's going to be dropped because we're seeing 100,000 in revenue? So I have a lot of questions on that. I want to look at somebody's books and understand that.
Yep. Okay. More to come, it sounds like. Yeah. All right. Any questions just on the outset here, or are we ready to dive into the line items? Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, the speech services offered, are those only for main care, or is that for any student?
That's for any student, and so students that would, we'd be able to bill for main care, receiving OT, PT, speech, social work, potentially school psychology services, transportation, maybe if we can do something with transportation. Those are students that are receiving main care benefits as insurance. So we also have the understanding is that when we stopped billing, we understand that we may have more students at this point that have main care benefits within our school system, that we could tap into that level of funding through that model that we had.
But are you talking about all the kids who get speech right now?
Yeah, like what about a child that has?
They would get it
their
regardless.
their
If they have an
families-
IEP with speech services, they would get it regardless
So
of their
what's the reason behind not being able to bill private health insurance? Like, if I have health insurance, as a family, we have health insurance, and my kid needs speech, why aren't I paying for that out of my health insurance? Why are the taxpayers paying for that?
I don't know that we know the answers to that.
Yeah, we can ask whether or not billing private insurance is allowable. I don't know.
You just wonder.
Yep.
Seems like double paying, I guess.
I also just want to preface that by saying that all of the paperwork that we do, that's just on the administration side, but all of the caregiver or the providers would have to do all of the paperwork too. So that's time away from them spending it with the students too. So we have to be careful and know what's going to benefit overall, you know, before we.
And I think dealing with multiple insurance companies, like any medical office, like each insurance company has its own rules, so you then, I would, I'm making a guess here based on the medical model, you would need people with knowledge of multiple plans to then be able to bill depending on the plan, which I think would increase our overhead cost to figure that out, but that's just a guess on my part.
I don't know, I feel like I should share this, but I've had multiple children with speech therapy and spread over like 20 years, and it's been very different. My oldest now, it was all through private insurance when he was a little kiddo. And then more recently, you know, CDS covered my daughter, and that just transitioned into being in the district now. And so it's been an interesting change in how all that has worked and how we've coordinated with speech therapists, whether it's been through our insurance or not. So I feel like it's been a moving target a bit over the years, and it's a good question. It's obviously very expensive, so yeah. Almost feel like guilty here. It's like the one thing like my kids get, and it's like here we are talking about how it's like the thing driving costs. I feel like. Yeah, very sorry.
It's also received it through CDS, but that was, you know, in the late 90s, 2000.
Yeah. Anyhow, we might as well dive in unless anyone has another question. Okay. So warrant Article 2, I think I don't know, did we want to flip through I know in past years we've kind of flipped through the proposal sheets. That was basically all just was outlined here already. So we might as well get right into the budget. And I guess we'll start with page 1. This is all going to be Rebecca. So we'll start with page 1, Turner Primary School, pre-K to 2. Any questions? The Turner Primary School sections, page 1. The Turner Primary School extends onto page 2 as well. Any questions on page 1 or 2 associated with Turner Primary School? Okay, moving on to Turner Elementary School on page 3. Turner Elementary School extends on to page 4. Anyone? Questions on Turner Elementary School? Seeing none, we'll move on to Green Central School as well on page 4.
So just note on that, you'll see the salary is increased, is a resource position, right? So that represents a teacher, and then just to reiterate what Gabby said, when we budget for a new teacher, we make an estimate of 2 adults for insurance, just because that's about halfway between what most of our employees take is either full family or single, and so we just find a middle of the road. So it's a guess until we actually hire somebody.
Leeds follows Green, also on page 4 and on to page 5. Continuing on to...
I'd like to add one thing, just because I think this is a success in Leeds. When we had an open special ed teacher last spring, we were able to hire a very, very experienced teacher, which is why the salary line is up as high as it is. But that is because Leeds is in a good place and is able to attract people who want to work there. So even though it's an increase, it's like bad, but it's also really good. So I just want to say that out loud.
Okay. Again, we can continue on to the middle school. All the primary and elementary schools and the middle school now on to page 5. And page 6, middle school continues on to page 6. And district-wide services, 6, page 7. On to page 8. Maybe it's, I'm not sure what all these headings are, to be honest, like special services self-contained. I have to say, I'm not sure exactly what that means, but we are into that now.
Yep, so if, I know, and I don't, I feel bad bringing you back, but.
Yeah.
So self-contained is our, special education is, the funding is split up into programs. So there are resource programs where a student will have a resource special education teacher. And then the self-contained programs are the programs where we have, such as programs for behavior, students with autism, students with functional life skills as well. And so that's where those self-contained people are located within.
Okay. It does look like most of that budget is in tuition, private organizations, yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah. And that is 9 students, so we're servicing here through the Margaret Murphy program. And then we also have an anticipated 14 students in out-of-district programs, attending special purpose private schools.
So my assumption is this would look a lot worse if we didn't have that Margaret Murphy program incorporated into Green Central School?
Yes, those 9 students would be at a higher rate outside, attending a special purpose private school. We have a substantial discount in tuition for students attending here to be able to support them. And they get to be in their general ed, and they are spending time in a public school where they would not have the opportunity to do that.
Are there other opportunities to expand those in-house services? I mean, it was, I'm not sure necessarily why it made sense to bring in Margaret Murphy. Was it just because we had that a higher number of students in the student body that needed that particular type of school service, so it made sense to integrate that, or were there some other drivers or?
So we have a behavior program. We have a behavior program at Green Central School. We have one at the middle school, and we have a big program at the high school. And so we have a continuum, so students can move up through the program, through potentially graduation. But what's happening here, I think but prior to me coming, we had a day treatment program that was modeled after another special purpose private school, the collaborative school. Actually, my assistant director, Lucy Davis, was the clinical social worker within that program. And what happened is we had a span of about 3 or 4 years where we could not keep a teacher all year, we could not keep ed techs. We had to dwindle down the program. We had to place students out in special purpose private schools because we just couldn't staff it. So we did have a year where we developed a program with Woodford Family Services. And Woodford's also we were ready to go and we were up and running. Woodford's also had a difficult time helping us with a teacher, helping us with BHPs. So we weren't able to do that. So we were thinking, the group that we were developing, we were thinking of what is a substantial model in special purpose private schools that are out there that have been in business for quite some time and are able to be able to support us with staff. And that was Margaret Murphy, to be able to do that. Margaret Murphy had, prior to that, had programs in Lewiston, and had a program in Auburn as well. And so that was where we had got the idea of we needed to look outside to build that partnership, to bring that in. So probably if we could staff it, if people would come, we would continue to build our own program, to have our own program. We have not
It's
been able to do
incredibly
that.
difficult.
Yeah.
The amount of training and really needing to pay people differently and train them, like, it's incredibly difficult and very staff heavy in terms of doing it in a way that is sustainable.
And imagine you need to have the student body remain consistent, right? I mean, like, I imagine there's a lot of varied needs that were, I think maybe I'm way off base, but
It's more about the staff, I think.
it's more staff than,
Yeah,
okay.
it's really about having the proper staffing and training and being able to keep them.
Okay.
And having enough support. So you need a teacher with kids, but you really just need other people who aren't doing that direct in front of the kids, supporting all that staff. So the layers, you need layers of staff for it.
All right.
Special people.
So that's page 8, where I've been asking questions. Anyone else? Up to page 8. On to page 9, where we start getting into things like psychological services, speech, OT, page 9.
I do have the number that we're servicing through speech, through direct services and students in referral. We have 134, and that's K to 12.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Page 10. Physical therapy, visually impaired services. Page 10. As well as page 11, where we start getting into secondary school services, grades 9 through 12. End of page 10 and 11. On to page 12. And this warrant article 2 rounds out on page 13, so any questions? Obviously, this is the warrant article that has some of the biggest increases. And as you look at page 12, I mean, I'm looking at many very large increases for things like psychological services and speech. We've talked about speech enough, but I mean, I imagine it is a similar thing. It's a need to go to contracted services for things that we can't staff ourselves. Is that the same thing with psychological services, or is there something else going on?
So psychological services, we had, at the end of last school year, we went, I think all last school year without a social worker in one of our elementary positions. And so we, at the end of the school year, were looking at contracting a school psychologist, because school psychologists can also provide counseling services. And so what we had done is we had contracted to be able to, page 9. Okay. So we had contracted to fill that need, and we had a social worker apply. And so that was the unicorn, so we couldn't let the social worker go away. And it was an employee that had been working in our district for another company. So we hired that person and then were able to disperse and meet more needs for students with IEPs to provide counseling rather than having a wait list and saying no, that we can't provide that service. And students receive counseling to access their IEP, to be able to learn how to regulate themselves so that they can receive specially designed instruction in reading, writing, and math. So it's really about regulating their day to be able to support them. So what we have done is we have dispersed our school psychologists across the district to be able to provide assessments and counseling along with our social workers to have like a mental health team. The school psychologist contract is servicing 18 students through counseling that we would not be able to serve if we didn't contract. So we had this kind of moment, kind of a storm of opportunities, and then we were able to provide services to students that we wouldn't have been able to provide otherwise, because it was a struggle the following year. So that position, we are also removing and moving that to local entitlement instead of BCBA. So it's being removed.
Sorry, Bree, go ahead.
I would like to know more about the decrease in the OT for,
Can you say what page you're on?
I will just a moment. I want to make sure that
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think it's the high school. Oh, I don't know now. I'm looking at page 13. Yes, it is, sorry, it is, I see it there. 912, right? So there's the decrease 11,000, whereas in comparison, in general, for the K-8, it's an increase of 15,000 for that. So I'm just wondering, do we not have students who need OT services at the 912 level? Is that why there's such a decrease?
We have fewer students at the high school that are receiving OT services. So every year we look at, is this like an 80-20 or a 90-10? And so that's how we divide it.
It's the same employee, just shifted differently.
Yes, and we have 2 OT providers district-wide, K to 12.
I'm also wondering then too, when we bring in these staff members, OT, PT, are they working like within the Margaret Murphy program too to provide services to that particular program, or does Margaret Murphy provide any of those services?
They provide
as part of that contract.
They provide counseling. They do not provide OT, PT, and speech. We provide those services if the
Okay.
students
So
require.
they provide social work, counseling.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anthony, you had your hand up.
This is just a general question. You had brought up earlier that special ed is the most underfunded mandate. So is that's unfunded by the feds?
Yep.
To what extent?
The original promise was 40%. I can guarantee you $600,000 is nowhere near 40%. I think I can't remember the last time I heard a percentage, but
Like 9%.
like I don't even think they had 10 two digits.
Yeah,
I personally have written probably 5 letters in my career to Collins and King, like, hey, you are like killing us. It makes me feel better, but nothing happens.
the budget's, almost $10 million, so 600's like 6%.
Nothing.
Yeah, 6 to 9%, something like that.
Yeah.
This was one of the things that was talked about a lot at the delegate assembly, was trying to lobby some better funding for special ed because of the 40%.
Because if the feds don't pay for it, the states do, and when the states don't pay for it, we do. Like, it literally is, but it is a federal law. Right. So the states have to comply with that, and it's a civil right, like, it is part of the civil rights of children. Prior to special ed law, public schools said, no, we can't serve you. Like, that's the history of disabled children, just not being educated. So, but it is, of all the things we have to do, it's the thing that really irks me the most in terms of how much it costs
to do the right thing and to follow the law, and how little the federal government invests in it. It's, in my mind, criminal.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, and it's such a huge part of our budget. It's also a part of our budget that we can't ignore, because we're the ones that get sued.
Yes.
The feds don't get sued.
No, they do
Correct.
not.
I hope that you're listening, you feds.
They do not.
I mean, it's astounding, and it's a very difficult situation, because, we're obligated to do this.
For moral reasons, ethical reasons, legal
Yes.
reasons, like all the right reasons, and so we'll continue to do it, but we have to make difficult choices because of that, and that is because that promise was 40%, and they have never even come close, or even really talked about trying to meet it. It has never been, as far as I know, a real conversation at the federal level.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. My letters are really therapy more than anything else. But 2 pages, single space, like I can really go. But,
It's Carrie's version of self-care.
yes, it is. It clears my head and I can move on.
She writes great letters too.
So I think it's worth just trying to summarize this one more time, where the main drivers of these increases were in this line item, because again, it's not something we have control over, but I think it's worth us all really understanding why this is getting more expensive. I don't know if you can try to just bullet point these increases for us one more time.
It's the employees we need in order to provide the services to the students, which is our legal obligation.
Yeah.
And that out-of-district tuition,
Yeah.
the main care seed, those are the big.
Yeah.
I think when you're looking at employees, whether they're all of them have a contract, but whether they're our contracted
Yeah.
staff or we are going out and contracting with them, those are the drivers, those are the people that are providing all of the services that we're legally obligated to do, and to monitor to do all the paperwork, to monitor the paperwork, to make sure
Yeah,
that we're.
compliance is a huge part of this, so some of this budget is about that compliance piece, right? And that's how the IEP is the legal entity that decides on services, and then the paperwork is our proof that we gave them, right? Like, it's our proof that we're responding to that. So those 2 things are non-negotiables. And if we have a compliance issue, if a family is saying that we're not meeting our obligation, that paperwork is the point. Like, that's what we, if we have to have legal involved or anything like that, that paperwork is the most important, and then what employees are doing. So when we don't have enough employees, one, I will say that when we don't provide services, it impacts the child, it impacts the child's family, but it also impacts the school, because now you have students who aren't getting what they need, and when students don't get what they need, they behave in ways that are difficult. So it like mushrooms, it just gets worse if you don't deal with it. So, yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean,
Oh, sorry. I think both of you had questions, but go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I absolutely wish that we got federal funding at 40%, like it is promised, but maybe I am in the minority, but I am very happy to have my taxpayer dollars go to these services regardless of my legal obligation.
I was just gonna say, I think it's worth emphasizing too, we talked about in finance, was how much more the contracted services cost versus if we were able to hire an employee. It's 2 to 3 times the money, and we have to, since we can't fill the positions, we have to budget for 2 to 3 times the cost. And I mean, the increase would still be there, but it would be much less significant if we were able to hire.
Yeah, those are the 2 things that I've heard that might help soften this. One is being able to hire staff instead of contract, and 2, maybe being able to get more reimbursement from main care. I mean, those are the only 2 things I've really heard that
And
are,
that's a future item, like,
Yeah.
can we bring in revenue through that source? And that's not, I mean, we sort of, as we were trying to unravel all this before February vacation, we were like, all right, we gotta get serious about like whether or not we should be doing this.
Yeah.
And so investing time and energy into it to figure it out is what we're gonna be doing.
and obviously, we're advertising and aggressively trying to, I mean, I know we tried, we had like a job fair or something last year. I don't know if that or a couple of years ago now.
That
Didn't pan out very well, right? But I don't know,
Sorry,
like,
no.
if we're still thinking of ways to,
It's the pipeline too, right? There's just, if there's not a pipeline,
Well,
then,
right.
like, so we need the universities to
I was
do
just,
like,
I was just about to say, is there like a University of Maine Farmington connection that we could, I don't
so
know,
it's
like
whether
some
or
kind
not
of
they have the
internship?
people there to hire.
Yeah.
So there's a program at USM for school psychologists that we
Yes.
are directly benefiting from.
Yes.
That is gonna pan out.
Okay.
But, I mean, you have to take into,
Sorry, Bree had a question, yeah.
Well, I was just going to add on, though, that the amount that an ed tech or BHP can make through some of these other
Yes.
contracted services is more than what we are offering them as the salary here in
Right.
district. And so if we want to be able to hire our own, we have to think about how much we're willing to pay them. Because you can go to the universities and say, come work for us, but if they find out that another organization will pay 15% more, whatever, they're gonna go someplace else and work
Are-
there. So it's
Are those,
a competitive industry right now, and it comes down to the bottom
are
dollar.
those salaries pre-prescribed in our contracts?
For ed techs, they are. Is speech on the teacher contract?
Yes.
Yes, so speech is on the teacher contract, but the contract does provide me with some flexibility for hard-to-fill positions in terms of moving up steps, so that is something that I've taken advantage of for the hard-to-fill positions.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, exactly what Bree was saying, and the same thing is true for speech, PT, and OT. I mean, and like, I think about what the context that I have, which is nursing, and your school nurse makes significantly less than your hospital nurse. And so it's hard to fill those positions when they can go and be a speech therapist at a hospital and make more money. Like, it's hard, it's really competitive.
So, the other driver is that we have more special ed students.
Yes.
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 And where is that coming from? There has to be something, I mean, it's not your responsibility to know, but, I mean, there has to be talk within your field about, well, why have we seen a 600% increase over X years? What's the story?
Between directors, I think we talked about this at a previous budget meeting, is that we are getting more and more parent referrals. We are getting parent referrals that physicians are encouraging them to refer, because parents go to their annual appointment, they have concerns about their child. There is a wait list, a long wait list for outside evaluations. And so up to like a year. People may be waiting a year, and then the doctor recommends that they refer them to public school, because we have a time limit. By law, we have to go through the evaluation process within 45 days of the IEP team determining that they're going to be evaluated. So that's a lot shorter than waiting 6, 9, 12 months for an evaluation. So we have that. We've had an increase in parent referrals. We also have had an increase in referrals in general. And one of the pieces that we have been talking about this evening is really supporting Tier 1 core instruction and being able to provide pre-K programming to kiddos who may be able to get those early IEP interventions to be able to support them, so they may not be a student that has special education for long periods of time. We give them the early intervention, and they're able to make progress, and they're able to move off a plan. But I think those are the big pieces where we have parent referrals, and I think we have things to work on in order to provide instruction at the Tier 1 level to boost those skills like Carrie was talking about this evening.
But I think we've also talked about, like,
children born with disabilities have a higher survival rate, medical intervention is much improved. We are not done with the consequences of COVID for whatever reason. And we've had a drug addiction issue with Oxy and all, like so there's an impact there on children in terms of whatever impacts drugs have had in their families. So I think there's multiple societal things that are going on.
Any other general questions here before we move on? All right, thank you. Yeah. Now we are going to skip over warrant article 3, Carrie.
No, I'm gonna tell you, it's actually gonna be $8,218.
What?
I know, right?
8,000
Yes,
from
it's
35?
so great. So we'll give you update, when we update the budget documents next time, but that's gonna be the number. So, that's all you got, that's all I have for warrant article 3.
Okay.
The one piece of good
I was
news.
going to say, for some reason, it's not even on the agenda, but I.
Oh, yeah, because I think I
We just
forgot
skipped
about
it?
it.
Yeah,
I think I
just, it's
forgot
so
about it.
small.
My bad.
Yeah.
Well, I think Mark, yeah, I think that's a, yes, because we've never had it before.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
4. Evan and Janet, you guys are up. Ooh, Evan and Janet.
So, warrant article 4, other instruction.
So I can talk as I walk. Looking at a couple of co-curricular items of warrant article 4. We are maintaining our current co-curricular offerings. That includes things like math team and theater productions and things of that nature. What this budget does not include is a request for additional funds to support our Arts Gala. This is something that we will need to revisit in the future. It has happened last night. It's a pretty big production that's been going on all week. And we are very fortunate that the trustees fund, I believe it's somewhere in the range of $15,000 a year to cover this. We budget, I think it's $2,000. The idea being when it started that we would split it with them. Costs have increased over time, our contribution hasn't, so we'll come back to that another time.
All right.
Co-curricular for the middle school maintains current offerings, and then we did reduce the student awards recognition by 1,000. We're not lessening the amount of recognition. Middle school kids just don't want tangible things. They want freedom and privileges, and so we're just going low cost, no cost instead.
All right. So we might as well dive right into the line items. So page 1. Page 1 has a brief leads line item at the top.
As far as I know, yeah.
Oh, that actually should not be a separate stipend, that's coming from the
That's
7.
not a stipend.
What is it?
That's supplies or.
Oh,
dues
it's
and fees.
supplies?
It's the
Oh,
dues and
sorry,
fees.
We've
Yeah.
got 2 more slides on warrant article 4.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
So one is co-curricular, and then the next is like athletics.
Sorry, my bad.
I was trying to interject, but everybody got me before I could. So, athletics for the high school, Carrie mentioned this, you're gonna see the addition of 2 stipends for lacrosse, one for boys, one for girls. That's from the conversation we had last year, I believe, right at this very spot. There's also an increase for dues and fees for athletics. There's 3 things that are driving that. In last year's conversation, we talked about increasing funds for alpine skiing fees, ice time for girls ice hockey. The other driver in that, and this is the major driver of it, next year the state skiing championship is going to be in Aroostook County, so we'll be sending a team up there to ski, and they'll be spending a couple days up there. So that happens every 3 or 4 years. This happens to be the year. Let's see, contracted services. You're going to see the percentage is a significant increase. It's a $1,500 increase. That is $1,500 that is inadvertently left out of this current budget. So it's one of those things that should have been in there and wasn't. So we'll get it in there for this year. You're going to see an increase for officials and supervision. which is reflecting actual expenditures. Please remember that a portion of that, a significant portion of that is offset by our gate receipts. So anything that we budget is above and beyond what we bring in for gate receipts to cover officials and supervision. And then there are some increases in athletic supplies and equipment that reflect increased costs for those items, particularly football helmets and shoulder pads, goalie equipment for field hockey, and the cost for a game basketball, game football has actually doubled in the last couple of years, so you'll see those.
At the middle school, it includes 2 new stipends, one for boys lacrosse and one for girls lacrosse, for a total of $5,060. And then our TMS athletic dues and fees line is reduced by $1,700. Conference fees were previously double budgeted. We didn't double pay it last year. It just had like one line item for the $1,700, and then it was broken down by sport, and we didn't catch that until this year, so we took that out. And then Nordic Ski has moved to Wellness Center. Levitt Trails, and those are free, so we're not paying to use a facility for the Nordic Ski most of the time.
Is that it? Yep.
That's it.
All right. So now we'll jump back in.
Sorry.
Is there still question about the leads line item?
No,
or
no, we're good.
Okay. Then moving on to the middle school items on page 1. Around to see if anyone has any questions. Page 2, also largely middle school items. Seeing no questions yet. Move on to high school. End of page 2 and page 3.
Joe,
Yes.
going back to the 51180, the TMS athletic office support staff, that's supposed to be supplies.
No, that is support staff.
This is like an S cut off on it,
Yeah, it only allows a certain amount of space. So it's athletic office support staff, so it's secretarial position.
We added a secretary last year, so she provides services to the middle school as well.
And it was unfilled in fiscal year '25, so that's why it looks like it's such a large increase in fiscal year '26. It was an unfilled position, and then we filled it for this year.
Go ahead.
Along that lines, I guess I'm just not seeing it here, but I know that the athletic director is also a teacher, so is there a stipend in here somewhere that I'm just?
Oh, for TMS.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
I may have missed
It's
it.
in the athletic stipend line.
Okay, there it is. Gotcha.
So it's just one, it's just in with all the other
51500.
coaches.
Okay, gotcha.
Don't want to move too quickly here, but we are up to page 3 now, getting into the beginning of the high school as well as the middle school line items. Might as well add in 4 and 5 to round out the high school line items. Go ahead, Kyle.
The football equipment, there's an increase. Looks like you're looking for.
Which page are you on?
I'm actually back on 3 at the very bottom.
Okay.
It's helmets and shoulder pads.
Yep.
Increase is substantial. What's that due because of, or why is it higher?
That's due to the fact that the cost has gone up per item, and we need more of them.
Can I go up
Go-
above one line?
Go
With,
for it, ahead, yeah.
Sorry, 56100, decals, practice shirts.
Footballs,
What are the decals, like just
like the stickers that go on the side of the
on the
helmets.
side of the helmet?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not like printed on it or
The
something.
vast majority of that line is gonna be, the footballs, but
Okay.
yeah, the other stuff is thrown in as well.
Okay.
And can I just add, Joe?
Yeah,
to-
go ahead.
To Kyle's question, I'm anticipating that, that line for football equipment isn't one that's gonna be there all the time, but we need to purchase some new types. So that next year, we want to purchase as many.
So it's kind of like just some replacements and.
And is there a discount to getting things in bulk? So-
If there is, it's worked into it's already put into, baked in already. Like, it's the price we get from our distributor, so it's not that, I don't know how to answer the question. Like, there's no specific discount for buying in bulk, but
It's a wholesale.
it's a
When you get a
wholesale,
quote,
yeah.
you get a quote, it is
from
the
different
discounted
distributors.
price.
That's what it is.
So anything else on warrant article 4? Okay, thank you very much. So move on to warrant article number 5, student and staff support.
It's a duo. That doesn't anything to do with it.
I feel like you're not gonna need the microphone. What are you talking about? God.
I'll sit here.
You can take the microphone.
Practice using our soft voices.
All right.
Okay.
Remind me to go to the next slide if there is another one.
Oh, there is, okay, Wally's in charge. Okay, all right. So in warrant article 5, there is an increase due to the cost of Atlas, our curriculum platform, which has previously been paid for from grants. The cost is $12,650, and that includes a public-facing site, which we'll be paying for the first time, because it is my belief that we will have 3 content areas completed, and so we can post those on the site. I believe the cost for that is $650, so it's not a huge jump. The increase in our NWEA subscriptions has gone up 50 cents per student. We purchased NWEA subscriptions for grades 1, 2, and 9, because the state pays for 3 through 8 and 10. The addition of $10,000, Carrie referenced that earlier, for stipends to continue our curriculum work during the summer. In response to potential grant reductions, we are not budgeting for any additional stipends this summer, but that one was one that we felt was important to put in the budget. And then a reduction of $20,136, resulting in the change from the reduction of a library ed tech at the elementary school, a librarian at the elementary school, to an ed tech 3.
And so my portion, there's an increase to implement, it's a solution called Vivi for screencasting. Our current solution is a mix of Apple TVs and Chromecasts. Chromecasts are no longer being sold, and Google has not come out with a replacement specific to the education sector. And then again, Apple TVs are going to be less and less needed as we switch from Apple to Chromebook in the remaining buildings. That also comes with additional functionality for us to both manage it from a central point of view and add some emergency alerting and announcements into the screens that we already have. You'll see an increase for Secure W2 certificate services. It's pretty substantial. It was originally implemented using grant funds from the state. Now it's our turn to foot the bill. And that's related to how we authenticate to the wireless network with all of the school-owned devices. There's an increase for the wireless access point licensing. My predecessor, I don't know if it was COVID funds or whatever, but when we renewed our wireless, we paid for 3 years of licensing ahead of time. That 3 years is up. So I am applying for E-rate funds, similar to how I did last year to rewire TES. So that will help offset the cost. So what you'll see is the budget, what you'll see for a number in there is our portion, what we would be responsible for, assuming E-rate accepts our proposal. And again, that's required to keep the network on and running. And then, this has been mentioned a number of times this evening, a heavier reliance on the copiers bodes well for us. Typically, I've had to budget upwards of $20,000 for a toner for individual printers, whether that be on a person's desk or in a classroom. And a lot of that was driven for the need for color in some scenarios, but more so the confidentiality piece, not being able to print something with sensitive information, IEPs, whatnot, to a public printer and then not be there to fetch it. So we're working, what you'll see is that there's a cost to implement the copier management software, but that enables us to use the copiers at a much lower cost per page. Plus, I don't have to maintain and replace a fleet of desktop printers, which we've been relying on up to this point.
When you're talking about the wireless network, you're talking about like a meshed Wi-Fi in the individual buildings?
Yep, district-wide, it's every single, I mean, there's not one, in that white box over there, there's an access point. In every single room, there's an access point. That is how the devices connect to the internet, yes.
Yeah. And
There's
I'm trying to figure out why we're spending so much on security certificates. I mean, I just don't understand it, I guess.
Yeah, so it's, in the past, traditionally, there's been, connected with a password. Most of us at our homes connect with a password.
Correct.
Passwords, as can be shared, easily cracked. So the certificate services it's a process where the device grabs a certificate from a trusted server, and then that's what it authenticates to the network with. So it's unique per device to ensure that nobody's just walking in on the street and getting onto our staff and student network.
And you know exactly what device it is too, as opposed to a password, yes, I understood, yeah.
He doesn't give those passwords out to anyone.
Oh, there was another page, right?
No, yeah,
Oh,
no, I
that was-
skipped ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, Article 5. Unless anyone has any general questions before we dive in. We'll start right on page 1. Page 1. Not sure quite how this section is organized, but page
So
1.
it goes by school.
It does go by
Yep,
school.
So you're gonna see the guidance, health services, technology, librarian services for each school.
So it's
And then-
all TPS
Yeah.
first. You wanted to say something about the nurse salary?
Sure, so there's a note on all nurse salaries. You'll see a massive increase at all school locations. We had been budgeting for nurse salaries under a district-wide line, so you'll see the total reduction all the way at the end under a 900 location code, which is the second segment. But each school, 100, 110, 120, all of those locations now have assigned the nurse that is actually in the building. So there is a note in there, but
I see that.
that's just guidance from the Maine Department of Education's finance team.
All right, so yes, page 1 is Turner Primary School. Turner Elementary School starts towards the end of page 2 and goes on to page 3. Green Central School picks up towards the end of page 4 and extends on to page 5. Any questions so far? On page 6, we get into Leeds Central School, which extends on to page 7. Page 8, we get into Tripp Middle School, which extends onto page 9.
Can I just
Yes.
point out one line, just because I think it's informative? So on page 6, leads guidance, it's 51010, so guidance and counseling leads. So FY '24, we didn't spend any money because we didn't have a guidance counselor, right? And then we budgeted an open position, and so that's the salary budgeted at. So that number now is the actual salary of the person we were able to hire. So that's a consistent sort of what that looks like, just to have that as information for you.
But we also don't think that it's fair to budget at that higher amount because it's so rare that we get someone with such a level of experience.
Yes, Anthony?
So page 6, right at the top, library and educational media, that reduction of about $9,000 is from what?
The top of page 6, you said?
It's green
Yep.
central
That
school,
is,
everything.
Oh, so that's the total amount of
From
the
Green
entire
Central.
library section that's on the page before.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And that actually relates to removing the position of the librarian and split between the elementary schools.
Right.
And also moving the tuition.
That was relatively low volume, Gabby, I'm just going to say.
Sorry.
That cut is, the elementary librarian position was split between the elementary schools, the majority of the salaries at Leeds, because that's where the person was based, but a portion of the salary was given to each elementary school, so that's where that cut is at Green. And you'll see that in TPS, TES,
GCS.
and
And
GCS, but not, well, Leeds would be the
The
rest
bulk
of
of
the
it.
salary, the bulk of the salary.
We get into Levitt Area High School on page 12, which extends onto page 13.
You'll see at the top of page 12, that reduction of all of the nursing salaries there, the first line under health services. And then you'll also see an increase in the substitute nurse line. We were charging those to the regular school substitute lines. We are now charging the nurse subs to this line. So that's why it shows as a 0 actual in fiscal year '24. We are absolutely charging that line now.
Which line is it?
Yeah, I'm trying-
That's 51234 under health services, the second line down.
Any
questions so far with the individual schools?
At the top of that page, page 12,
Yep.
The LHS technology dues and fees, the Swank movie site streaming licensing, that's gone up by 70%?
Yes.
So there's added functionality that comes with that. So previously, we've only budgeted for the licensing aspect, which covers hard media, but as we all know, most people aren't bringing in hard media anymore. It's not a DVD, it's not a VHS tape, you're not rolling out a cart, you're leveraging a streaming service. We're not actually allowed to use like personal streaming services. This would enable us to use their streaming service, so that we have the licensing and the streaming, so that we're genuinely covered. And then
that is
furthermore, it allows you
across all
to
schools.
you can assign certain clips of, you know, whether it be a history documentary or whatever, as homework that the kids could watch on their device at their own leisure.
And that increases at each of the schools.
a number of district-wide items that continue after the high school. Page 15. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
So the nurse swap that you described, the benefits that come off on 52010 is a lot lower of a number than the individual items combined.
So that has to do with elections, just people changing elections. So first of all, you're looking at a 10% increase, right, from what was budgeted last year to what we're budgeting this year.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, we have people changing elections. If somebody's married, has a child, had cash in lieu, but now needs insurance, that changes all the time.
Gotcha.
I was saying, district-wide services continue on right to the end of the document on page 16. Any questions folks have? Further with warrant article 5.
I do have a question.
Yes, great.
Teresa, I'm curious, for now, we're going to be putting, you said 3 onto Atlas? Like 3 completed with standards
Content
and
areas,
content areas,
yes.
right? And so is that, when we're seeing, just say again, what we're going to be paying that, is that based on how many content? Will it
No.
like change, will this number change every
No.
year?
No, that's actually, we paid 12,000 this past year,
Yeah.
so we're paying 12,000 plus the $650 for the,
Public facing.
thank you, I was struggling with words, public facing platform.
So this is a number that we could expect to see again, to continue to keep that as like a
Yes.
paid service?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless Atlas, the company,
Of
greatly
course, of course.
increases, but we won't, with that, we should have everything that we need.
Okay.
Other than any professional development, but we shouldn't need to continue adding on parts.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask why the Atlas expenditure is being moved from grants to this?
It's an anticipated reduction in grant funds, and really with our grants, we are focusing on paying the salaries of 7 ed techs and having some professional development monies for new math materials, the ongoing ELA materials, and then additional professional development.
So this is in anticipation of a reduction in federal funds.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further with warrant article 5? Okay, thank you both very much. I'll move on to warrant article 6. Carrie, I think you're up.
Yep. So well, it's Carrie and Gabby on system admin. So this budget reflects increases in audit services and legal liability insurance, although at the next meeting, we will have updates because that number came in $15,000 lower than what we budgeted for. It's the portion of a new copier at central office that gets split between the business office, adult ed, central office, special education, and then an increase in the business office staff due to the shift both in the payroll position, where we increase the salary to try and attract a qualified individual, which worked, and then the proposed increase to have a grant program coordinator, a part-time position that would be increased hours of a current employee. That's it.
Okay.
Could I just ask a question?
Go right ahead,
that?
yeah.
Do you think that person's going to be paying for themselves?
That's the hope, yeah.
It is the hope. So that person has been able to already write a grant for the whole school generator for the high school, which I don't believe that Carrie or I would have had the ability to fulfill that need. There was a lot of time in development, a lot of time of working with contractors, and and us as well, nailing down everything. We also believe that that person would have been able to take some of the load off of the increase in financial obligation for the wastewater treatment plant in regards to the CDS funding. So while we received $600,000 from congressionally designated spending, we had to fill out a grant application, which was quite extensive, and put together a lot of different pieces of work there. And Wright Pierce did a bulk of that. I think that a bulk of that could have been taken off of Wright Pierce and given to this person. We also
paid Wright Pierce $14,000.
just for that.
Just for that.
Just for that. We anticipate that it's potentially going to assist in E-rate grants, that we could have that person take the contracted fees off of E-rate and offset that. We also anticipate, if we're able to, if they're still available, COPS grants to work on some different projects with Dave Coburn in TES and Wally as well, and also at the high school with those bag things.
Yonder bags.
Yonder bags, thank you. So, sorry, my brain's done now. So we do anticipate that this will pay for itself, yes.
These are all government grants, or are these a mix of government and philanthropic?
Those are all government
It's all
grants.
government.
But in addition to that, there's also the opportunity for school revolving renovation fund.
Which is
So-
government.
Yep, still government, sure. But depending on the level of how intricate the, whatever it is, that project that we're trying to do, that, well, the application, yeah. That person may be able to fill that need instead of having EEI take over with that, which would save us a great deal of money, because Dave can be the project manager, this person can take care of the grant.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. Unless I see other questions here, we might as well dive right in. Page 1, Systems Administration, starting right off with the school board, as well as elections. Any questions on page 1? Go ahead.
Election stipend, workers' comp? Like, is that really like $1?
Oh, yeah, so if you look above, it's the 51502, the elections ballot clerk stipend.
Okay,
So, yes,
$1.
yep.
Okay.
And, I mean, realistically, I didn't have to put that in there. I don't think that I thought about it when I was doing it.
It's like, well, and the, I mean, actual,
Listen,
it's
I
45
get into a
cents
groove,
prior.
okay?
So. Okay.
All right. Page 2. It's the Office of the Superintendent. Business Office continues on page 3. And that is effectively warrant article number 6. Any questions on warrant article number 6? Not seeing any. I think we can wrap up 6 and move on to warrant article number 7.
That's always nothing. So, school admin, these are the main offices of each school. So it's a total increase of 3.3%, mostly salaries, health insurance. There are 2 new copiers in there. And then you will see a software increase for Frontline. Frontline is our absence management and timesheet, as well as staff evaluation. So that's where people punch in and punch out, all that stuff. So those are the highlights. It's a pretty soft increase.
Going down through warrant article number 7. Page 1, we start off with the primary school. Turner Elementary School, on to page 2. Green Central School extends on to page 3. Lead Central School extends on to page 4. Trip Middle School on to page 5. And then the high school rounds out the end of warrant article number 7. Anyone with questions on warrant article number 7? Okay, seeing none.
Joe?
Oh, yes, Anthony.
Page 3.
Say the page again, what?
Page 3,
Yep.
about halfway down to 53,400. What's that?
Translation services for families. So we were budgeting that originally
In ELL.
mistakenly in ELL services. That should be translation services for students who are not English speakers. But this is for families who either are not English speakers or require American Sign Language.
Thanks.
So they come in for student-led conference, something like that.
Okay, anyone else on warrant article number 7? All right, seeing none. We'll move on, and that actually takes us off our warrant article review slate for tonight. Like I said before, I think Carrie and I have been talking a little bit about the meeting next week, and kind of along the same lines as you mentioned, Peter. You know, we're all just getting these books for the first time tonight. I think we'll start off our meeting with a workshop that was not scheduled when we originally put all this together, but I think with the meeting we lost last week, we'll likely add that to the beginning of our meeting next week, so we can come back to these things and ask some additional questions.
You need to speak up.
Yeah.
Can't hear you, I'm sorry.
No, we're going to add a budget workshop to the beginning of our regular meeting next week, which was not currently on the agenda, just because we had to cancel last meeting, and this is largely the first time we were getting the books. So that takes us on to public comment on the budget. Yep. And so we are going to handle public comment just like our normal public comment. This particular comment session, I just want to be specific for everyone, is this is a public comment session specific to the budget. We will have our typical public comment section at the end here where it's just a general public comment. But we will start here with this public comment on the budget. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Go ahead.
And I have it here. Thank you. So I realize that we are facing difficult budget decisions, and I know that cuts have to be made. I'm here to urge you to reconsider cutting the elementary district librarian position. For at least 30 years, MSAD52 has supported a strong library program with certified librarians at all 3 levels. These librarians play a critical role in fostering a love of reading, promoting research skills, and supporting the curriculum. The role of the librarian goes far beyond checking out books. Librarians are specially trained educators who work closely with teachers to support research goals, offer professional development, and provide personalized recommendations for students. They ensure that our library collections are relevant, up-to-date, and tailored to the specific needs of each grade level.
For the district elementary librarian, this means balancing a diverse range of grade levels from pre-K through 6th grade, each with different needs, interests, and abilities, and doing it at 4 different schools. Research shows that when students develop a love for reading early, it translates into improved academic outcomes across the board. But this doesn't happen by accident. It requires a dedicated, knowledgeable librarian who understands the importance of creating an environment where students can explore new ideas and develop essential life skills. It also requires the librarian to have time in each building in order to meet with staff, know and understand specific collection needs, and get to know students. I understand the budget is high and sacrifices are necessary. I'm a taxpayer in this town too, but I strongly believe that eliminating this position would do a disservice to our students. Librarians are not just specialists in books, they are key partners in creating well-rounded, informed, and curious students. Like teachers in music, art, or physical education, librarians provide specialized skills that are crucial to our students' development, and we cannot afford to lose that expertise. In closing, I ask that you consider the long-term impact of this cut on our students' education. Removing a certified librarian from the elementary level will limit students' access to the resources and support they need to thrive both academically and personally. I truly believe that keeping this position is an investment in the future of our children. And the handout that I gave you is just 2 different infographics that highlight the importance of elementary librarians. I realize that the one in particular is a pretty dark copy, so if anybody's interested, I can email you the actual infographic to see in living color.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there a spare of that handout?
Yeah, I have a spare, I'm sorry.
This one. Hold on to it. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Is there any, yes, come on up.
I'm loud enough, I think, right now. I'm Wendy Bolduc, I'm the library ed tech here at GCS, and I'm kind of dittoing what Judith said, but adding to it a little bit. So, we run libraries, and then we have the person that oversees us, and they play a pivotal role in helping us. They order our stuff, we put together the list, we work with the principals to make sure it's appropriate. It's a big process, but unfortunately, we're gonna be losing the person who oversees us, and there's no plan to replace that. And in a lot of schools, library ed techs are being used for multiple roles. So in some schools, library ed techs are doing the library, and they're being asked to also cover intervention. And you cannot run a library and be an interventionist as well. We have, in my library personally, I have almost 16,000 books. That's over $300,000 in purchases. And I have to maintain those, I have to fix them, I have to bill for them. I have to come up with lesson plans from pre-K to 6. And the person who oversees me is pivotal in all of that. And now it's kind of like, am I gonna be on my own? Which is fine, but I am an ed tech, and we often get pulled to do other things. We can't do it all. So we really like to just work in our libraries and do our library work. This is happening every single day in schools too, that we're being pulled to do other things. We also have duties. I have jobs that are specific to the fact that I am a specialist at this school as well. And I can't tell you how many times a day I just have students come in that just need to talk. And I want to be there, available for that, in the library space where they feel comfortable. So maybe that's not in my job description, but it is a very important part of what we do. We see everybody. So we need someone to oversee us and help us, and we need to be left in our libraries to do our job and not have to do 2 different positions in the same school. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Okay. Seeing none. Again, this highlights our next significant budget work session will be March 20th at 5 p.m. in Turner Elementary School. That's where we'll move on towards the next warrant articles. Did you have a question, Peter?
More of a fairly long, yes.
A fairly long, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Go ahead, yeah.
We're going, technically, we have one more with the one in between.
Yeah.
We still haven't discussed as a board, going into our next second, what the board feels we should be looking at for a budget. We haven't discussed tonight, we should have discussed tonight.
We
As,
still can.
as a board, what we feel that we would like the administration to come forward with a budget. If we're content at the 10%, that's great. Not, but anyways, that's, that's where we're moving forward. We just went through over half the budget. With the exception of 1 or 2 cuts that were pre-done, we made no changes. So clearly, we're heading on to that, taking to the public that 10% budget increase to the towns. Unless we throw transportation and buildings and facility under the bus, and they're gonna have to cover the full load of any cuts that we feel need to be made at this point. Understanding that we can make cuts in any department until we vote, yes, I know that. But usually as you go line by line is when the big changes come. Again, I don't feel it's fair to the later departments to start feeling the brunt of when we start feeling anxious. And I feel that we as a board should make a decision on what we feel the budget should look like. Pass that information on to the administration and have the administration take a hard look and say, okay, if we do need to make cuts to bring this down to a certain percentage, what do those cuts look like? Is what I feel the best for the district would be. That's just my personal opinion on that. I'm one of 9. So, but that's, because if we just go tomorrow night and ask more questions about this, we're still not talking about potentially more cuts on it, because we're not having another meeting, we can ask more about it. But what does it look like if?
I think we're gonna keep having meetings, but yeah, I mean, what, do you have something you wanna propose right now?
Well, okay, I'm going back. The first question in my mind is, right now, what does everybody on this board feel the budget, what is the appropriate percentage that we feel we can comfortably carry back to our districts, our towns? Is a good question for us to know. And then, once we agree on what that is, or within reason, then we can ask, and I apologize, I could have swore it was you, Carrie, but it must have been previous administrations. What does that look like? What does that, how does that hurt, what does that look like? If we want to see 8% or 6% or 5% budget going to the towns, what does the district feel should be cut, and what does that look like? That is an avenue, and we don't necessarily, that stuff, a chance for next meeting, but anyways.
I anticipated getting that feedback and being able to do that, so.
Okay.
And I think it's worth taking turns right now and just giving our thoughts. And I don't mind starting either way. And then we'll go down to Kyle and we'll just come down the line. And that is that it is clearly a shocking increase to our communities. Since when I first heard the number, even till now, it's still hard to digest exactly what it means. And I've been challenged to try to figure out exactly what needs to be, what buttons are there to push, right?
Yeah.
And I think this was a great first step tonight in really going through what we are, how are we maintaining what we've been providing students for programming and resources, what is being added, how are things being adjusted. I think it's challenging. It's challenging to really see a lot of that, frankly, in both Warrant Article 1 and Warrant Article 2. None of us are going to school every day, right? I mean, we are here in these meetings, but we're not the ones there. And those are 2 really big warrant articles. Very helpful for me to go through this, be able to ask questions, and work through it. There's obviously some things that we have brought upon ourselves. When I say brought upon ourselves, we're choosing in a lot of ways to bring forward additional dollars for maintenance and facilities, right? I mean, like that is something we can choose to do or not to do. I think one of the reasons why that feels like such an increase this year is because we just have always been pushing that down before. And I don't know if we can do everything we want to do in that item. And I think you're right, Peter, to be saying, if we do want to cut, if we need to push this down, what would be the next steps the superintendent would recommend? What are some potential additional things we could look at? I don't know if I would completely grasp all of that, though, if we weren't going through this the way we are now, and then we came back perhaps with those ideas later on. But I'm definitely still looking for ways to bring the budget down. I don't know where that's going to come from, but we're gonna keep working through that here as we move forward. So
I look at it like it's going into a used car and lifting the hood, start looking underneath everything. By us going through the way we are right now, I feel like before you can make an offer on a car or or something, like for me, this is helpful to be able to understand what's wrong, what the issues are with it, so that we can actually make an educated offer, to the public and be able to vote on it correctly, and you can beat it up as we get closer. So
right,
that's how I kind of look at it.
I look at it as, we went through Article 1 and it's a 4.6% increase, which is a lot of salaries and benefits, which are they're out of our control unless you start eliminating positions, which I don't know is the direction to go. But almost 70% of the increase is in special education and facilities. Honestly, I don't even know if we're spending enough in facilities. And I think we're paying the price of, like you just said, not spending enough in facilities for probably the better part of a decade. So in that regard, I think it's not, we talk about shorting one area in favor of another. I don't know if it's fair to short other areas just because one area has been neglected for a certain period of time. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, 70% of the increase is in 2 spots where I don't think there's a lot of fat necessarily. So I mean, I certainly don't like to see the budget go up, but in this case, especially the special ed facilities being the main chunk of it, I don't know how much more there's opportunity to trim. But.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, like we can't postpone those capital improvement projects any longer without things becoming worse and costing more money to fix, so we gotta tackle those. Then we have the increased mill rate, and I keep hearing us say that we're anticipating a loss of federal funds. I think like deep down, I'm just hoping that doesn't happen, but I think it's good to be realistic. But hopefully if that doesn't happen, then we'll see a natural reduction in the budget. I think in general, there's a sticker shock involved in seeing double digits. So, I don't know if it's possible to get it below 10, but I think that's a good goal. And that's what I would feel comfortable bringing back. And I hope that the insurance rate comes in under and these cuts happen naturally and we don't have to slash anything from the budget. That's my hope. But ideally, I think under 10 would be good.
A couple of things, and Kyle, you might be the only other person who might remember the year that the budget didn't pass, and it was like we put it out, it didn't pass, and that was when administration came to us with like, I feel like there was an option A and an option B, and
I was at that meeting.
you were, okay, you were there. I was like, I
I
think
need
it
to know
was
what's
just
going
before
on, yes.
Carrie got here, so that was when that came, like when we had voted it down as towns, and then we had to come back to the drawing board. But there is merit into maybe not having to actually get to that point if we have that, that notion that it may not pass coming out with a double digit right out of the gate. And the other thing was, like with capital stuff, and I might be wrong about this, but we had ESSER funds for so many years, and we were using that to do improvements, paving, and I think there was other ventilation stuff. So we didn't have to put any of that stuff into the budget at that time. So now we're seeing other pieces of it and things that we have to do that I don't think we're gonna be able to get around. But there is merit, I think, into saying, maybe we need to find a different number instead of bringing it to the towns and it just failing. And
Peter?
Myself would feel comfortable and realistic somewhere between 8 and 10 is what my mindset's been on. You know, I think definitely under the double digit is the key point. It's unfortunate that looking through, as you can tell, I didn't ask a lot of questions because quite honestly, most of these areas are fairly well run. There's a few, you know, I could find some cuts just like you could find cuts, you know. Well, yeah, paper, we could start. Paper, and I assure you there are some positions that make people's lives easier that we could definitely survive without, I suspect, though we don't ever want to go that way. But sometimes you have to. So, but again, the 8 to 10, and I guess the key that I just want to get to is I feel better making the cuts if the administration and the admin team think about it more than we do in our 4 or 5 hours of just sitting here and saying, okay, it's time, we need to make cuts. And unfortunate, I remember years and years on the board previously when we got to that point, and that's why we're at where we're at, because we got to the point where, oh, really, we can't be here. And we're talking back then at 5, 6, 7% budgets. You know, we were talking about we got to be less. But facilities got it, because there wasn't a person attached. There wasn't something like that. Facilities got the axe constantly. And that's why we're at where we're at. So anyways, long story short, I'm thinking somewhere between the 8 and 10. I'm just curious what admin would think that would look like.
So every budget season, we walk a tightrope trying to balance between being fiscally responsible to our townspeople and at the same time trying to balance what's right for our students. And in any balancing act that you do, if you take a little bit from some side, the other side is going to feel an effect from it as well. And in my line of work and in my expertise that I kind of bring to the table and bring to my mindset here, I'm not a numbers person in the sense that I find it hard to just come at this conversation with a specific number, 8%, 9%, whatever it may be. I want to hear the narrative. I want to hear the reasoning. I can't work from just 8% and we're not budging. Get it to 8%. I don't, I want to hear, because again, what is that balancing act? Like, we could say it has to be 8%, but something's going to give on this side, something's going to give on the other side. And I do want to hear what is it that's making the balance move, because yes, we have to make sure that the townspeople will approve it. I don't want to get to a point at all where we have to come back to the drawing board and try to cut things at the 11th hour, because that's super messy. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we're not cutting out services. And I think obviously what's been said so far, special education, our hands are really tied. Like, there's not going to be much that we can draw a line through.
Yeah, no.
I told you I'd behave.
Wasn't me.
So I don't want to cut services we need for our students and the support for our staff. But at the same time, we do need to be smart about it. But I'm not comfortable in my expertise to come in and do a hard number. I need to hear the narrative.
Yeah, I don't have a particular percentage range. I looked through the book. I picked it up last week, and I tend to like to look at these things from a higher level and not line by line. So I went through and kind of made my own cheat sheet, and most of the increases in every warrant are your salaries and benefits, which sound contractual. And then special ed, which isn't I don't think there's really change much on. And then facilities, so I don't really know, other than nickel and diming $1,000 here, $1,000 there, where that's really gonna make up a 2% difference in what you have. Other than, I guess I would question pushing out some of the facilities cash purchasing to debt service. What that would look like in terms
I'm
of.
sorry, pushing out, what was that?
Pushing some of the facilities purchases up to debt service.
Oh, I see.
And cash purchases.
Yep, got it, thank you.
And what that would look like.
Just something that popped in just before we get to you, Anthony, was when we're talking about percentages too, there's the overall budget percentage, which is at 8, and then there's the ask to the towns, which is up to 11. And I'm pretty sure when you were saying 8 to 10, you
Yeah,
were
I'm
talking
thinking
about the ask to the towns.
Well, if it was the district, I'm saying we're gonna increase by 2%,
no.
and I assure you tomorrow, no, even tomorrow, they'd have a meeting on figuring how to do that.
Right, yeah. No, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody.
Yes, that's what I was assuming.
Yeah,
We need that,
yeah. Go ahead, Anthony.
thank you.
You always end with the sunny guy.
At some point, we're gonna have to go the other way.
Right.
I tend to look at things from the perspective of, how much have costs gone up? Now, it's easy to look at, okay, well, you've got the general inflation rate, it's this. That doesn't necessarily work for us because we have things built in like raises that we have negotiated that we're kind of obligated to for a series of years that are above that. But they're above that rate because inflation was so high, they had to, right? So some of this stuff is playing out because of economic factors that are old, and they're kind of it's easy to forget that inflation was way over 10% for a while. But so while those salaries have gone up, not everybody's salary has. And so there's an awful lot of people, I have folks on fixed incomes right in my neighborhood, I see them all the time. And it's a constant conversation about how difficult it is to keep your property, to pay those taxes, because the taxes are really going up. I want to see this as low as we can get it. I want to, I would love to see it be a flat budget from last year, but it's completely unrealistic. We know we can't do that because of special ed alone, let alone making sure that the roof doesn't fall in. So, I think it's going to be, I think if the ask to the town is above 8%, I would not be surprised if it was shot down. So I would just say try to get things as low for the ask to the townspeople as we can get it. And with the idea in mind that everybody has to look at their obligations, and they have to look at what they want, and they have to look at what would be the ideal way to meet those obligations, and then there's ways to meet those obligations that are less ideal but that kind of work. And sometimes that means wearing the same pair of shoes for 3 years. It just is. So if repairing the roof instead of replacing the roof is what we do, and we save, whatever, maybe that's what we have to do. I don't know.
Okay. You feel good, Peter?
No, hell no.
So let me just say,
Yeah, go ahead.
the cuts that we've made, we did collaboratively, so that process will continue. So, with principals and meeting with Wally and Dave and Jim, we did that process once to get to the cuts that you saw, so we'll engage in that process a second time to model out what it would look like with certain cuts. So we will bring that back to you.
And that's all we can ask, and then we have to decide where we feel comfortable cutting. And that's the description you're looking for.
Yeah.
To say, okay,
Yeah,
we
This
need
is
to
what
be
would
here,
happen.
this is
Yeah.
what it looks like to get there.
Yep,
I'm not afraid of cutting, I just want to know
yeah,
what and
you're
why.
cutting to get
yes,
to there.
What and
absolutely.
why.
Yep.
and then we start questioning what they're choosing to cut.
Look at all the paper in front of you.
Yeah, and again, this is a workshop, this is not a normal meeting here, so anything else anyone wants to add here before we move off of this budget workshop? We still have a public comment period here to go. I'm
No,
not
we
sure.
did that.
No, we just two tonight.
Oh,
Yeah,
we have
regular,
two?
yeah.
Oh, how exciting.
But just before we leave the budget workshop, anyone else? Okay. Which now, that brings us to public comment, and that's regular public comment, not just budget specific. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to comment? Seeing none, I will take a motion to adjourn. That's Bree, seconded by Anthony. All those in favor?
Is this about when I
Unanimous.
thought